As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together.
But the challenge usually starts when I'm in the company trying to build a name for the company. So you meet a lot of companies. Some of those who may not have heard of GRADUAN, they could be quite mean and they don't really give you the time of day. Hi, I'm Nabil from GRADUAN. There are times when I sit back and think to myself that I've come so far. I get to travel, I get to meet students from all over the world and helping the biggest companies in Malaysia. I have met so many top senior management and up to CEOs that I can even call my peers. I could be even having dinner with them in London. So these are the things that actually, it dawned on me that actually my life has changed a lot. My advice to all the graduates that if you want something, there is no shortcuts in life. You have to work very, very hard to achieve whatever you want, because you have to understand that so many people are also fighting for that. So you have to work hard and you have to work smart also at the same time. Another piece of advice is to always be respectful to everyone you meet. You never know who help you might need in the future. See you at GRADUAN Aspire Virtual Career Fair.
It was not a norm for girls in my family to work. But my father was very good, he supported me. The funny thing is, when I had that job, he was criticized by the community because they talked about that he couldn't afford to feed me. That was why I had to work. And he thought it was so funny. And he says, never mind, they can say whatever it is. I know the truth. Hi, my name is Elia. I am from GRADUAN. Later on in years was crucial for me because my husband felt very sick and he was not able to work and all that. So because I was working, we were saved. This is why we felt that getting your job is so important. That's why we stressed on that. And above all, you must have integrity. You must have the integrity to do what is right. Not to do just the right. You must do the right thing. Not to do things right only. Do the right thing in life. Put all your heart and soul to it, you will go very far. That's what we have done for GRADUAN. Put our heart and soul to GRADUAN. Everyone, see you at GRADUAN Aspire 2020.
So my challenge is I need to balance my working lifestyle and also my mommy lifestyle. So for example, I wake up in the morning, I need to send them to the school. After that, I come to work and doing my work. After I finish my work, I need to rush back and fetch them from school. Hi, my name is Heffa Nadira. I'm from GRADUAN Marketing Team. I'm mother of two. My job changed my life when I actually can provide a better life for my kid, where I actually can buy them a lot of toys, I actually can buy whatever they wanted, pay for their education, and they say thank you to me, thank you mommy, and then it's something that actually pay off my work. That is how my job changed my life. My advice is you need to be more flexible and accept the challenge. So for example, if you're a degree in account, doesn't mean that you end up will become an accountant. So for example, like you need to accept something is actually not your niche, and who knows, it will be something bigger for you. See you at GRADUAN Aspire. During MCO, where I live alone in KL and my family is in Penang. During the time, an unexpected time where I had my accident, my family is crazily worried, and of course I have to be strong and I have to show that I am strong enough to make sure that they are not worried. Hi, my name is Amalina. I am a PR and events executive at GRADUAN. Job changed my life. Of course, I am able to travel, I am able to buy my own things that I like. I eat out every week, almost every week. But ultimately, it changed my life in a way that I am happy and I am relieved to see that my parents, they are now achieving their own dreams. My mom now, she is actually writing 2 books of her own, and my dad, he suddenly became Katniss Everdeen, where he involved in archery tournament almost every month. So I am happy for that. My advice would be, whatever you are doing, always stay true to yourself, and of course, do not forget your family, do not forget your parents, give back to your parents, and also be a better individual and also a better Malaysian. See you at GRADUAN Aspire with your Career Fair 2020.
I had to go through some challenges before I get to be where I am now. So before I had my real job, I had to do like some freelancing. I sell some stuffs online because at that point, it is really hard for me to get a job. Hi, my name is Fatin Yusof. I'm working as a PR and events executive at GRADUAN. I always wanted to go to US. I told myself that no matter what, I have to look for a really good job, earn and go travel the world using my own money. About 1.5 years of saving, I finally got to go to my dream country where I really want to go, and it is finally LA. My job truly changed my life as I worked really hard to earn and treat myself with all the treats that I've always wanted to go. And for what I have now, of course, I am working for myself, my little family, and of course, I want to create a beautiful future for my baby. See you at GRADUAN Aspire Virtual Career Fair.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to GRADUAN Aspire 2020. My name is Ben Ibrahim, and for the very first time in GRADUAN Aspire history, you will have a virtual host. And that virtual host is me. Even though I can't see you or I can't hear you, but euphemistically, I can hear your laughter right now. I can feel your passion. I can feel your drive to develop your career. As they say, in good times and challenging times, one must always lead and own one's career. And every year, I've been very fortunate to see that passion in young participants who want to develop their career no matter what. This ethos or mentality that I've just spoken about is not just seen in the young talents that come to GRADUAN Aspire every year, but of the partners, also known as the employers, who invest their time and energy and effort and passion into recruiting young, talented people to develop them, to make them the next wave of leadership in their respective companies. HR people call this the talent pipeline. So it's always great to see two very interested parties wanting to come together to make their companies, their respective companies, great. Ladies and gentlemen, one person who is a firm believer of this ethos and drives this ethos every year is GRADUAN Aspire's founder and managing director, Puan Ilya Talib. I would now like to invite Puan Ilya on screen to deliver her welcome remarks. Puan Ilya.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. We would like to welcome everyone to GRADUAN Aspire 2020. And this year is our 10th anniversary of GRADUAN Aspire. And a very warm welcome to all the participating employers, talent, and everyone who's tuning in. Welcome to GRADUAN Aspire 10th anniversary. And we're so proud that we have done it for 10 years. And this year is a very unique year. Whatever we have planned for this year for GRADUAN Aspire had to be changed due to the current situation. Well, what can we do? So change is what we did. So from our physical fair, we had to change it to virtual. From our physical conference, it had to be virtual. Not only had it to be virtual, it was supposed to be live streaming, now it's Zoom. Current situation, we had to change, we had to adapt. So what is constant is change. So what we have to do is we adapt the change, we embrace it, we accept it nicely, and we learn from it, and we think that it's good for us, and it will be very good. So always remember, turn whatever situation you have to an opportunity. So we did. We turned it to an opportunity, and now we have launched our virtual fair. Alhamdulillah. So next, what do we do? And what we want to say is, more importantly, thank you to all the employers who have supported us, who have believed in us, who have accepted this change from physical to virtual. We really, really want to thank you from our bottom of our heart. Thank you for believing, and we won't let you down, and it will be a good one. And also want to tell everyone present here that we have wonderful, fantastic icons, corporate icons who will be speaking in our Aspire conference and for the next 3 days. Tune in, listen to the advice they have to give. They are really, really wonderful speakers. And with all the knowledge that you can think of, they have. Ask questions, it's going to be open to the floor to ask questions. All right? Now, again, coming back to 2020. 2020, I would say, is a challenging year for not only us here in Malaysia, but for worldwide. Now, for GRADUAN, we have to keep ourselves relevant. So what do? We created more digital initiatives to make sure that our employees can still connect and engage with talents. So what we have done is we've changed our UK fair. We couldn't go to the UK for our career fair. We had to cancel it. But what we did, we changed it into a live talk show for our employers. So they were able to interact with our students in the UK and GRADUAN Aspire has now been turned into a virtual fair. So we've done that. And yeah, virtual fair is virtual fair. But what's exciting about this virtual fair is on a system that was built in-house by our team. Isn't that wonderful? Our team produced this system that we can use now today. And talking about the system, what's exciting about the system is we have chat boxes, we have live webinars, and you can check the employer's content through their profile, and you can do interviews via video calls and so forth. And there'll be other features like that. Okay. And then what's exciting now is coming 2020, to keep ourselves more relevant every time, we are coming up with new products. Watch out for us. There will be new products next year. All the products will be online. Watch out. It's going to be great. And also here we would like to thank and wish all the talent out there good luck, and hope you're successful in your job search. To employers, all the best in your recruitment and branding. And thank you to all the speakers, and more importantly to our GRADUAN team. My sincere thanks to all of you for putting this together, for being able to change things and do it very fast in such a short time, coming up with a virtual system, coming up with a lot of things. This shows how versatile you are, how your work attitude, everything, and how you accept challenges and so forth. And I thank you. This is what makes GRADUAN very strong today. And we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, team. I know you'll do a great job today and for the next 3 days and always. And to all our talent, employers, and speakers, thank you. And we wish you all the best for today and the next day. Inshallah, many of you will get your jobs from GRADUAN Aspire. Thank you and good luck. And welcome to GRADUAN Aspire 2020.
Kerajaan memutuskan untuk melaksanakan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan.
Malaysia is reimposing movement restrictions in its capital and surrounding areas as it grapples with a fresh surge of COVID-19.
The partial lockdown will be enforced for at least 2 weeks. It includes travel restrictions, business and school closures, as well as a ban on large-scale gatherings.
Stronger, and what I always like to say is smarter, not smarter in the sense of the academic way, but smarter in the sense that we can reflect on what we've done well, what we could have done better to move forward every year. Don't forget, this year, to say it's a challenging year is a huge understatement, but as GRADUAN Aspire would always say, regardless of good times or challenging times, you should always look at one's career. And earlier in the year, everyone, what GRADUAN Aspire did was a series of career talks in terms of linking with a few of their partners and companies to talk about this ethos, about how do you manage your career in challenging times. And challenging times means COVID-19. That's right. We can't go out. We have to stay safe. But at the same time, we want to grow. We want to develop. Yes, honestly, we want to make a little bit more money, not just for ourselves, but for our families as well. But the good thing about GRADUAN Aspire, it's about a career, not so much a job. As someone once told me that GRADUAN Aspire is about finding a career, finding a place or platform and a company, a partner, employer that you can work with for a very, very good long time so you can develop yourself. From executive or trainee, you can go to becoming an assistant manager or a manager, from a manager to a senior manager to a general manager, and hopefully, inshallah, one day you can become a C-level person. A lot of our partners or employers who are part of GRADUAN Aspire, not just this year, but in previous years as well, but they've gone the long distance with GRADUAN Aspire, have great examples of C-level people in terms of such great role models for young people to look at and to say, yes, I want to become like that person one day. I want to be a HR director. I want to be a CMO. I want to be a CEO. Why not? And that dream starts right here at GRADUAN Aspire. Now let's play a little bit of a game before we continue. I want all of you to hashtag GRADUAN Aspire 2020 and tell us your career ambition. Tell us your career aspiration. There's no right or wrong answer. It's all good. You can just leave it right here. And I personally will hashtag GRADUAN Aspire on my Instagram and my Facebook and look at those answers and leave a comment. You can really, really, well, get that promise from me. I just have a little bit of a story to tell because we're just still waiting on our surprise. I'm not going to tell you about that surprise, but I'm going to tell you a little bit of story. some of you might be thinking, why does Graduate Aspire engage me every year to do this event? But let me tell you a story. I used to be one of the customers of the clients, or the partners or the employees of Graduate Aspire. That's right, yeah, many, many years ago, when I was a lot thinner, and but still very energetic. You know, I was working with Graduate Aspire. I was in a HR and recruitment role, looking for young talents like yourself, interviewing them, interviewing you, putting you through assessments, not just in Malaysia, but overseas as well. And Graduate Aspire really, really has that great platform of attracting very young, talented people. But talented people can be talented people, but you also need to be hardworking, drive, ambition, all the intangibles, as I always like to say. Are you easy to work with? Are you a team player? As they say, there's no I in team, but there's an I in the letter win. But do you want to win together, or do you want to win individually? If you're more of an individual, then maybe you could work on other skill sets. But most of the partners here, I can safely say actually all the partners and the employees here are all about team working together to move their company forward. So that's what Graduate Aspire is all about. So there's a little bit of a history lesson for you there, everyone, about Graduate Aspire and my connection with Graduate Aspire. So that's why when Graduate Aspire says to me, Ben, we've got Graduate Aspire again, it's a real joy and pleasure to be part of it, because I get to connect, or we get to connect, with young, talented people who have that drive and that ambition to do extremely well. And that kind of attitude is very, very infectious. You know, you want to be with those kind of people. You want to be surrounded by those kind of people. And every year, we're very fortunate that I get to take selfies, or we get to take selfies with those type of people. And the relationship starts from there. I must say, I've met a lot of my customers or clients here at Graduate Aspire, and it all started with that conversation. Hey, I met you at Graduate Aspire. Wasn't that a fun event? It was a very fun event, because we all got to learn something, and we all got to enjoy ourselves. And most of the graduates managed to seek their first job, which led to a very, very good and long and prosperous and sustainable career. And speaking of which, we have a number of speakers that are coming up very shortly today. Some very interesting topics. So after this, I'm going to introduce our surprise person very, very shortly. You're going to listen, you have a chance to listen by Zoom, of course, on some three very interesting topics. And each of those three very interesting topics have a panel of very, very good speakers. I have the prestigious task of moderating those sessions, but it is also a bit of pressure as well, because those sessions, we don't have too much time, because we want all of you to ask questions. So you can ask questions, okay? In my opinion, there's no such thing as a silly question. My philosophy is, you don't know if you don't ask. So ask the questions, okay? So please, everyone, ask the questions, and then you can get the answers. So I was just about to tell you about our wonderful guests. Well, there's I'm just going to sum it up, three very interesting topics which are very beneficial to you about seeking a job, turning that job into a career, and moving with the times, the digital times. So everyone, I think I've spoken a little bit too long. Now, as I said earlier, Graduate Aspire is all about getting bigger, better, faster, stronger, and reflection to improve oneself. One person who's a firm believer of this ethos and has gone the distance with Graduate Aspire over the years is Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nora Abdul Manaf, Chief Human Capital Officer of Maybank. And she's waving at us right now, and she's a very, very friendly person. And it gives me great pleasure to invite Dato on screen, she's already on screen, to deliver her keynote address. Dipersilakan, Dato.
Thank you so much, Ben. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Dato, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you. Not something I want to do on a Saturday morning, but it's always a pleasure to meet you and I'm sure the rest on the call.
Likewise, Dato. Take it away, please, Dato. You are an inspiration to us all.
No, thank you. I'm honored. Thank you. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everybody. Now, thank you for taking time to listen in. Like I said, this is a Saturday morning. I'm sure many of us want to do a lot of things on the weekend, but I really, really value the fact that you've given this priority. That means you've got your priorities right. And I am thankful to be given the opportunity to speak to you here by GRADUAN and be part of the GRADUAN Aspire Virtual Career Fair and Conference 2020. It is an important platform, and thank you, GRADUAN, for inviting me, because it gives us the opportunity to touch many of you and have a conversation with men, a very meaningful and important conversation with all of you. Now, talking about GRADUAN, GRADUAN's been really successful for almost 30 years now, right? And GRADUAN's successful because, now listen up, they have been agile. They have been agile to continuously innovate and adapt their business model, and in providing, of course, recruitment and branding solutions to a whole range of employers, right? Now, agile, innovative, receptive, and responding to change. Think about this. Aren't these what's been demanded of you, at least since February or March this year? The pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has demanded that of all of us. So don't take it lightly. It's not easy being agile. It's not easy being innovative. And it has been a lesson for you and I, individuals and employers alike. So those are the things that I want to delve further in this conversation with you, because we are in a crisis. We are going to be dealing with the aftermath of a crisis. And your landscape is changing, has changed, has drastically changed. So we will, hopefully in the next few minutes, touch upon some of these. The Aspire Virtual Career Fair and Conference is a great platform for great opportunities for learning and discourse, for you to navigate this landscape. You can't control the wind, right? That's a very wise saying. You can't control the wind, but you can adjust your sails. Okay? Now, as we go further into this conversation, I've asked Ben to help me. So Ben and Sophia is going to monitor your chat, right? Because I can't speak and read your chats at the same time, okay? So they are going to help me pick out 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5, if there are that many, great comments, all right? Great, unique comments, if you like. Thoughtful comments, right? And I'm going to actually call out these, and you're going to get a voucher. All right, a Starbucks voucher. Shall I tell them that, Ben? Okay. So
No
yeah.
complaints about Starbucks, Dato.
Okay. If you don't drink coffee, you can tell us. Then Sophia will change that for you. So it is Maybank's 60th anniversary this year. So it's a diamond anniversary. Because it's 60th anniversary, the voucher will be 60 ringgit worth. Okay, but depending, I know some of you are calling from the United Kingdom, let's say, then it's 60 pounds. All right. If you're calling from New York, then it's 60 US dollars. If you're in Singapore, then it's 60 Sing dollars. If you're in Indonesia, what shall we give you? 60,000 rupiah? No, that's too little, right? Okay, never mind. We'll think about it. But the 60 will be there. All right. Okay then. So let's go for it. Now, that's the fun part. Now I want this part to be really, really amplified. Okay. Now seriously, take in this statistic that I'm going to share with you. In Malaysia today, there are at least 741,600 unemployed people. okay, against an ever expanding population of labor force of about 15.9 million people. That's a whole lot of people. All right. And you will be soon joining them, right? Not because you're unemployed and thrown out from a job, but because you're graduating or you will be graduating. But remember, there are 741,600 people already looking for opportunities. All right, so that's context setting. I won't be sharing the different numbers in the different countries, but very quickly, in Philippines, Indonesia, for example, our neighbors, it's a whole lot more. In Philippines, there is already 7.8 million right now. In Indonesia, there are already 6.88 million right now of unemployed people. Okay, so in the conversations, in your thinking, in your deliberations today, as you think about what you're going to be doing, what is career, right? What should you aspire? Now, Aspire Virtual Career Fair, right? Just the definition of aspire. Aspire is targeting and wishing and setting a target for your career. But it also, if you Google, all right, or depending on what you prefer, some of you are still using the dictionary, probably your Oxford Dictionary, because we love the feel of books, right? Okay, so there is another meaning, you know. It says you're rising above the towers, which means you have to be unique. You have to stand out. So you have to think about this, right? So things are changing. The landscape is changing. Remember why I highlighted GRADUAN just now? Remember I said responsive to changes. 30 years is a long time. A lot of changes in the climate, a lot of changes in the landscape. How do you make sure you are still relevant? Some of us here, alhamdulillah, inshallah, are still relevant, but we've been here for decades, okay? So remember that. It's about demand supply. Now, you just graduated, so this must be fresh in your mind, right? The theory of demand supply by Alfred Marshall. What does it say, right? So it comes together. Now, if the demand, the changing landscape is the demand, the organizations changing is the demand, but you cannot supply. The demand is there, but you can't supply, then there is a mismatch. But you will always be able to find opportunities if you are always relevant. If your supply, I'm also a resource supply, all right? Ben is a resource supply. Sophia is a resource supply. You are a resource supply. As long as you have something that meets a demand, you don't have to worry. Inshallah, God willing, isn't it? So that's the key, right? So make sure you understand what's happening out there. Okay, the ongoing pandemic, now let's talk about the climate, has forced us to continuously adjust to, here's the word, the phrase that all of us are very familiar by now, new normals. But don't take it lightly. It's not something to be giggled at. The new normals are very serious. From the social part of physical distancing, of respecting each other. Why do we put on masks? Now, you guys, you can answer your chat. The first one who answers this, Ben is going to pick it up and you're going to win the voucher, right? Why do you put on the mask? It's not to protect yourself. Because whatever you have it already. You are protecting others. That's the culture, that's a new normal that we are building. And this, the Japanese are way ahead of us. The minute they have flu, they put on the mask. It is to protect others, not to protect himself or herself, right? So that's a new, so like I said, those are the new normals that you and I must make it normal for us. It's culture, it's behavior, it's mindset. It's not just a skill. No, it's very shallow for people who keep on saying, reskill, reskill, reskill. It's recapabilitize, if you like, right? Because it's a whole formula, including mindset, including values, ethics, right? Now, so those are the social ones, but I'm going to be talking about the organizational ones, right? So that you must understand you have to navigate both. Now, the important thing is to also be very balanced, okay? Now, I worry because most of you are in your 20s, right? Most of you, all right? Don't count myself and then I'll bring the average up, but okay? But I've encountered a few of your colleagues in this age range who have fallen into depression, right? So take care of your well-being at the same time, because being relevant is also being able to contribute, right? If you can't contribute, then because you are ill, you're facing emotional, issues, your mental issues, right? Then you won't be able to meet that demand, right? Okay, so take care of all faculties, right? In Maybank, we have programs to make sure that you take care of we call it the fitness of the 4 dimensions, okay? Mental fitness, we support that. Emotional fitness, we also support that. Physical fitness, there are also programs, right? And of course, performance fitness, right? So as you go through today, it's not just about what skill, what course, all right? You have to think about, okay, how do I make sure that I am always fit from the 4 faculties, all right, from the 4 aspects, okay? Now, you can't avoid change, all right? And change happens when the pain, listen up, change happens when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. Okay? And that's what you and I went through as we went through the lockdowns. Depending on where you are, it's MCO here in Malaysia, it's circuit breaker in Singapore, and the many other acronyms or names that's been given all over the world. Okay? And what's the other point that I highlighted? I think can be underscored by what Anthony Robbins said. It's not just about your resources. It's about your resourcefulness. Okay? So those again are the key aspects. Now, I said I would give you some idea of what's changing in the organization. Okay? Number one, when we talk about new normals in an organization, okay? It is the genesis of the new order, right? In organization, because there are uncertain and unprecedented circumstances that organizations are navigating. Okay, so a scenario that was unimaginable until a few months ago, okay, became not only a reality, but organizations are beginning to like them. Right? So you can be sure that the changes that we are doing, or that we had to, or we were forced to do, like work from home immediately, right? Back in March, many organizations are liking it already because it gives us potentials. It opens up potentials. So that's one. All right. Of course, it's not going to be 100% work from home. Okay, but it will be a composition of the workforce. Let me tell you what's happening in Maybank. In Maybank, we got the work from home category approved by the board, right? Many months ago. It has been launched. We're already in our 3rd batch. What do I mean? That means you get a formal letter to say you are officially on a work from home terms and conditions of employment. But in Maybank, we call this category mobile. Okay, and our mobile workforce will be about 30% of our workforce. Okay, but remember, way before the COVID pandemic had hit us, right? Maybank had already embarked on flex workforce. So we have another about 20% who are flex workforce. Now, I remember this point because I'm going to come back to how you are relevant to this shortly. But before that, I said I was going to give you some idea of what's happening, right? The second one that you need to understand is, again, not new, but how it has been amplified because of COVID-19. And that is technology, okay? Because I'm talking about technology, the people who are credible are the people in tech, in the heart of tech, right? So I'm going to use Satya Nadella, right? What did he say? He said, the world has undergone 2 years of technological advancement in 2 months, in April this year. 2 years. That's how fast we've been zapped into the future. Okay, so organizations are keeping up with that now, because which means that organizations are 2 years behind if you focus on that point, right? So which is why you will hardly recognize organizations, right? In terms of the setup, what's happening in the work climate and so forth. So what are they? You know, shifts in IT investments, the acceleration of going from legacy systems to digital technologies. You will find apps are a norm, and so the behaviors are also very different. Okay. Now, the workplace and workforce definitely is forever changed. Okay, a report from Gartner reveals that many employees will continue to have the option of working from home permanently. Okay, as we settle into the new normal, we have begun to see that work from home is not a deterrent to productivity, nor creativity, or for organizations, profitability. So that's exciting, right? So it is proving to be quite the opposite. And many organizations, including Maybank, have seen productivity levels actually improve and peak during the pandemic. So working remotely eliminates infrastructural problems and location dependency, amongst others. From an ESG standpoint, because all companies are now having, those who are doing this reluctantly are having to comply. Those who love it, like Maybank, because our mission is humanizing, right? We love ESG, okay? So it's also contributing to ESG, right? In all aspects of ESG, including climate, right? And environment, because less commute, lower carbon, right? So now, while the counter argument, because not everybody loves this, right? But the fact that there are some who love this, it will guarantee the changes, right? So for those who are not so supportive, right, they will talk to you about the fact that, oh, you're going to be losing the water cooler huddles, okay? Actually, water coolers have gone away a long time ago, right? So, right? So water cooler huddles, the accidental meetings, going to the washroom or something, right? Or the camaraderie of working together in an office space. But remember, we are not stupid, right? So organizations are curating those betumbung, all right? Now I'm speaking Bahasa, right? You accidentally meet each other. So we are going to curate those accidental meetings, okay? So managers and business leaders are now exposed to the concept of an entire workforce being productive in different manner. What does that mean? Now, again, now I'm going to tie it very, very closely to you. You should be celebrating. You should be happy. Although I know that some of you are feeling quite depressed because you have been conditioned, my listeners, right? You have been conditioned for the last 20 years by people like me, okay, to tell you that this is good, this is bad. All right, this is what success means. This is what failure means. As in, no job means failure. I tell you, start deleting that, okay? Because you have a choice today. All of us have choices today. So let me finish the formula of demand supply just now. Those of you, must be wondering, right? Demand supply. There's another equation, price. isn't it? So here, from a price perspective, is what you command in terms of your pay. Okay? And so when I say you have choice, your parents, me, all right, and probably, no, definitely not Ben, okay? People who have permanent jobs all their lives, right? They have only one source of income, okay? Which is why we have been telling you, have a permanent job, have a permanent job, right? Now, today, people can have income from multitude of sources, right? And you know that the richest people on earth do not have permanent jobs, okay? So when are people going to truly acknowledge that? The pandemic COVID-19 has made sure that we do, okay? That's the silver lining of the pandemic, okay? So for you, what I'd like you to think about is being more open-minded, okay, in terms of your options. Now, I could give you a lot more theory, but I thought maybe, and Ben, you be my timekeeper. Give me a, okay, if it's time's up. But I want to share with you some real examples. And that's me, okay? Now, because this is what I hope you are going to be thinking about and opening your minds about, okay? Now, I qualified, if you know my background, I qualified as a chartered accountant. I am still a member of at least 2 accounting professional bodies, okay? So I'm ICAW, I'm also MIA, Malaysian Institute of Accountants, because qualifications are important. What you are pursuing, what you'll be graduating with is important. Maintain it. Use it to your advantage. However, it does not determine who you are. I'm not an accountant right now. If I chose that path only, I may not be where I am today. I may not have what I have today. Now, I have had 14, okay? 14 jobs, right? Only one is related to accounting directly, right? 14 jobs, 5 industries, and at least 4 countries, okay? Now, did I plan that? I'll be lying to you if I did, if I said I did, right? So that's what I mean by being open. When people gave me the opportunity, all the 14 jobs, actually all the 14 jobs, I only applied for 2, right? The remaining 12 were all offered to me, okay? And the best part is I wasn't qualified for all 12. I didn't have the paper qualifications, nor any certification, nor experience for that particular job. And that is what you will be facing. But what did I do? I didn't say, oh, you know, I qualified as a chartered accountant, I have to be an accountant. Anything that opens up, no, I want to be an accountant. Okay? I may be a bum, all right, if the accounting job doesn't open up, isn't it? So every time someone offers me an opportunity, I grabbed it. Okay? Of course, in the younger days, out of stupidity. But, okay, because I could have been fired, right, if I don't know what I'm doing. But you see, that's where I said it's not just the technical skill, the reskilling part, not just the technical skill, it's your grit, it's your resilience, it's your confidence, it's your resourcefulness, like I said, right? So when I got the opportunity, the first thing I wanted to be is successful, right? Now that's a good driver, because then I learned like mad, okay? And I asked like mad, what is this all about again, okay? But you see, the reason why those people hired me, offered me, is because they didn't want someone who thought they knew how to do it. And that's very important in today's world. And the employers that you are targeting for, they don't want people who think they know the answers, because things are changing. That's why I talked to you about the climate today. They want people who's actively thinking about what is the problem again? What is the behavior of the people today? What is it that they want? All right, so those are good questions Your ability, your skill, you use it to analyze that. All right, your skills and so forth. So I grabbed those opportunities, and Alhamdulillah, thank God, because I didn't want to fail and I did my best. Because of that, others noticed me and noticed me and noticed me and got me where I am today. Even in my current job as the Chief Human Capital Officer, the CHRO of Maybank, I did not apply. All right, the president that now, Tan Sri Wahid, he called me out of the blue because he knew I was coming back to Malaysia from my last job, which was in Indonesia. And before Indonesia, I was in London, right? So just do your best, just care. Now, I said I cared. I cared. I didn't want to fail. And because of that, I won't fail the person who gave me the opportunity. Now, that's very important as well. You need sponsors. But if you fail your sponsors, the sponsor will not sponsor you again. Okay? So when someone spots you and sponsors you, your job is to make yourself so successful that your sponsor will say, I sponsored Ben. Okay? That is being caring, because my reputation is as important as the people I sponsor. Okay? So think about that. Open your minds. Now, very quickly, because I'm out of time, but very quickly in terms of, so what else do you need to have? Now, don't worry about the technical part, right? Organization, and you can actually Google, there's a lot of literature. Companies will tell you for the rest of the day, right? You need to know, if you've got coding skills, you can do algorithms, okay, the skill part is guaranteed. But that's not it, okay? Remember I said just now, critical thinking, problem solving, reasoning, ability to tie causal effects. Oh my goodness. If you can do that, I don't care whether you've got, whatever paper or no papers, we will grab you. Okay? The ability to communicate. I'm not saying Queen's English. I don't speak Queen's English. I have a Ben speaks English, right? As long as you're able to make sense, you're able to, convey what you've just found out from looking at the data, right? And data crunching is going to be not a really needed skills actually very quickly, because that can be done by robots, right? And so, think about all that I say. It's what in the past they said it's soft, okay? These are not soft skills. Interpersonal, intercultural fluency. And remember I said just now, values, right? You need to be trustworthy. In a very chaotic crisis environment, trust is something you cannot not have, okay? Because if people don't trust you, especially in a crisis, they're not gonna rely on you. So integrity, image, all right? Now, I think it is way too much already, right? Ben, I'm so sorry.
You're good for time. Just let me tell you. Let me be the timekeeper. If anybody says you're over time, just say it's my fault. I'm the timekeeper. So please keep going, because what you're saying is riveting, inspiring, and we're getting some fantastic comments on the comments field. So keep going. I'll take care of time. We've got about 10 more minutes actually.
Okay, thank you. Then let me complete that part about being open. Okay, so chartered accountant, I was teaching, I was lecturing, then I became a consultant. And then when someone said to me, can you come and join us as a senior manager in human resources? I went, what? And then I said, oh, okay, all right. And I knew nothing, all right, about what I was going to be doing and so forth. But I studied, I learned, I observed like mad. So if you can do that, inshallah, God willing, right, you will be loved as a talent. So, but maybe because I want to ask you for the comments as well. I will sum up by saying, all you need to think about is this: if you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. Okay? So ultimately, the choice is in your hands. So on that note, I'm going to wish you all the best. May today be the first step towards building a career that is going to be as exciting as possible, because a lot of new opportunities will come your way. Take time to learn from the journey. Take time to ensure you're fit. Remember I said just now, grab these opportunities, ace them, because you never know who is looking at you and will sponsor you. All right then. So who shall we give our vouchers to, Ben?
Okay, that's a very good point. I saw some comments there about how much they love coffee and how they're passionate about coffee, and I think they can write a PhD about coffee, which is a good thing, because you yourself said in your speech you were hired because you didn't know something about the topic, right? You were not subject matter expert, but you became subject matter expert. So let's see if Nurul Afina and Shannon Pyong were the two first comments that I saw. Maybe Sophia saw other comments, but those two are Shannon Pyong. Yes. So those
Malaysia is 60 ringgit voucher.
60 ringgit voucher. Well, you know what? We won't look at the currencies at the moment. I mean, we don't know where they're from. We can delve into that later. But yeah, I mean, they've left comments, and they're pretty energetic today, and they're early, and they've been here, and they've been pretty good. So I think those two should be the first dibs, as I always like to say. Now that's all. What's this? We still have a little bit of time, and that's. I mean, it was a really great speech that you gave, and it was very much, you know, it's not just about. I mean, spoken about in terms of leadership and theories. And so I'm going to stand up a little bit to stretch my legs. Okay, this is what the wonderful parts about virtual, isn't it? So basically, I mean, you mentioned some very good points, that you had 14 jobs, only 2 of those jobs you really applied for. And what I want to ask you, because I mean, I know HR practitioners, we always say, I was a HR person once upon a time, we always say, yeah, no, it's about the attitude, not so much about your technicals and IQ and all that. And that's my second question. But my first question is more about relationship building and perception. Because you have one thing that you have done extremely well, that's why I really admire your career, is that, you know, from chartered accountant to HR practitioner, lecturer, is that you are seen as someone who is credible. You are seen as someone who is humble, can go down to the ground and ask the right questions. And that is a perception thing. But it's also a human factor, like you spoke about the sponsorship or the sponsor. Because the sponsor, subjectively or objectively, will believe that you are the best person for the job, and you can lead the line to take it to bigger and better things. So can you tell our audience a little bit about that part of managing the career, of relationship building and perception in a very positive and classy way?
I love your words. Yes, elegance. If you ask my team, I always use the word elegance. Right? Elegant. Yeah, you know why? You know why? Because people who menuntut tak habis, okay, little knowledge is dangerous. So if you know a bit, you are not elegant, right? So you still try to do things, and you still try to use your knowledge, but then you do it in a very clumsy manner. Okay, so the layman term, of course, HR terms, you know, is different, right? The layman terms, you can actually, clumsiness, that means not a very high level of skill. Elegant, that means you have a very high level of skill. Okay, but to your question, I think that's why, you know, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm glass half full person, right? So even the pandemic, I can see good things there. So I think it has taught us to really, truly understand that it's not just about the intelligence, right? It's about, that's why God gave us the brain and the heart. Okay, I think people saw me as credible because I don't BS, excuse my French. I think I'm authentic. I say what I think, right? I don't play games. I don't dabble into politics. I don't do political stuff in the organization. But I'm not soft, yeah? So please don't get me wrong. I fire people when I have to, right? But when I fire somebody, I make sure the person can land successfully. So because of that, I think everything that I do, even if someone didn't like me for what I did at that time, then I have had people who came back to me 1 year later and said to me, okay, I know now what you mean. Okay. So building that kind of a reputation, even when I was still very young, right? Even as I was a young manager, okay, I've had people who didn't like me very much because I'm very performance oriented. I'm very outcome oriented, right? So there were people who didn't quite like me and say, oh, how come she's so driven and not caring enough, right? So I'm not saying to you all that it's going to be easy, right? But people know your intentions, all right? And again, someone who knew me when we were young managers, entry-level managers, she contacted me many years after that. She actually said to me, you made me cry. Did you know that you made me cry? And I said, oh my God, Sue, her name is Sue. Did I, And she said, yes, you were impossible. You were, just moving forward, right? But you know why she came back and talked to me about it? Because she knew I was not being mean on purpose. So authenticity, people, right? Care, I mentioned care just now, right? People want people like that. It's not how smart you are. I can go, I'm not the smartest person, right? But if all I want to prove out there is I'm smarter than you, I'm sorry, right? It will catch up on you, and then people are not going to be looking for you when they have something for somebody to do, right? So people want someone they can trust, who are not going to be, creating a crisis, right? It does not have to be the smartest person on the block. I think that's my answer, Ben.
Okay. That's a very good answer. I mean, you got to be sincere. I mean, one thing that I learned from the Graduate Aspire employers, I mean, generally over the years, I mean, alhamdulillah, I've managed to MC this event for almost 10 years, but almost all the HR practitioners, correct me if I'm wrong, they will always talk about 3 words, because, I mean, a lot of people think, HR is a fun job, you get to meet people and all that, but, like you said, you've got to make the tough calls. You've got to say, okay, this person does not fit in. This person does fit in. We give them this much bonus. We don't give them this much bonus. So, and you know what people are like. They will always contend and do whatnot. So, no, it's really good points that you've mentioned in terms of being, I mean, what I was trying to say is that all HR practitioners, including your good self at Graduate Aspire, will always tell me, be positive, be sincere, and do not lie. Okay, tell the truth like you just said. So it's spot on, hit it right on the nail, and we really look forward to sharing more of your insights on our talk today, because don't forget that we've got a talks coming up very soon, which you're a part of. The first talk is at 10 a.m., the new norm of talent management, where Dato and a great panelist. Yes, Dato.
Sorry, can I also, because I have a few more vouchers, Starbucks vouchers that I want to offer a few people that Sophia spotted.
Okay.
May I?
Go ahead.
Okay. So there's Nadira Najwa binti Nazhar. Your comment is brilliant. You said, yes, all of us have choices in life. I've once been told I'm useless, but oh my God, yeah, you must prove that person wrong, right? And now I'm doing small business from home to make a living, but I'm very happy and grateful. I love you, Nadira. Definitely, right? I didn't have time, but I was going to talk about the fact that you can have income from multiple sources. Nobody has the right to tell you that because you don't have a permanent job, you're a failure. Now, like in Maybank, I said we have flex workforce, our mobile workforce. People are no longer permanent in that sense. Okay, so Ben, that's Nadira. And then we have Shannon Pyong. She's again very good, wise chats that she's put in, right? She said that it's hard not to compare with friends who have amazing jobs, but she's reminded herself to not compare. Absolutely, Shannon. Otherwise, you go bonkers, isn't it? Always trying to catch up with the Joneses. All right. And then a third person is Ting Jiawen. Ting Jiawen, you have a question for me. What I'm going to do is, I don't know if we're going to post my I don't mind. My mobile number is actually official number. Okay, so I'll hopefully, Jiawen, you find a way to get my number, and I will answer your question directly, because it's a very important question, Ben. And Yap also, who says that she believes in work-life balance and that harmony is important. Very wise, Anne. And one final one, Akil Muazzam. Akil Muazzam, whoa, he managed to write an essay. Okay. But some advice from me. So Akil, please WhatsApp me. Okay, so those people also get the vouchers, Ben.
Okay, so Starbucks, well done, and thank you very much to Dato for that initiative as well. So everyone, we'll just wrap it up right here. Thank you so much, Dato, but Dato will be back with us with joining a panel of speakers at 10 o'clock, which is just in a couple of minutes. The topic, the new norm of talent management, shall I say. So stick with us, everybody. It's going to be a fun day, not a mafan day, as I always say. So the new norm of talent management coming up at 10 o'clock right here on GRADUAN Aspire 2020. And we are all on Zoom. Don't forget, this is a historical event, GRADUAN Aspire's first virtual event. So this could be the new norm, as one of our speakers, Vinesh, was saying to me off camera earlier. So speaking of which, I'm going to introduce Vinesh very, very shortly, as well as the other speakers. Our topic here today is the new norm in talent management. So was this, when the phone rings, you got to say, what is the new norm in talent management? Okay, so you got to pick that phone up and say to that person, how do we solve talent management challenges and issues? So the phone will ring sometimes, and that's what will happen. So all jokes aside, thank you very much to our speakers. I'm just going to introduce them one by one before we dwell straight into the topic. Okay, the man with the colorful shirt, wearing his heart on his sleeve, PricewaterhouseCoopers, is Mr. Vinesh Naidu, Human Capital Leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers Malaysia. Vinesh has been in the financial services industry since 2015. His degree was in applied economics from the University of Malaya, but his passion is in talent management and leadership development, and he has a master's in applied psychology and coaching. A passionate Penang and Liverpool Football Club person, and he's a firm believer, Vinesh, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's a firm believer in building the right culture. So he always makes sure that everything in PwC is that the culture is you never walk alone. So that is what is all about. And thank you, Vinesh. So thank you, Vinesh, for being here today. And then on my right is the one and only Ms. Norida Hamid, Chief Human Resource Officer at Prudential. Norida has been in the company for 11 years, so she's very, very young and vibrant. That's why she has the energy to keep going all the time. She is a graduate of Western Michigan University in Business Administration and Computer Information System. How good is that? She knows about business and tech. That's very, very difficult to find, okay? And she's a firm believer. I know, Norida, jangan marah, I did not find this on the internet. I did my homework with all my HR friends. They said your reputation is very good because your philosophy is all about talent leadership and management, not micromanaging people to death, making sure that you give them the freedom to do the job, working very hard and sacrifice. Yes, we all have to do that. Why? To get things done. So that is what Norida is all about, very much a results-oriented person, and that's very good to see. So thank you, Norida, for being with us. And the gentleman right next to Norida is the one and only Mr. Shazmi Ali, HR Director of Shell. And Shazmi has a very interesting career. He joined Shell in November 2018. He was responsible for Shell's overall HR in Malaysia, which is managing more. But I mean, even though it says 4,500 employees, I'm sure there's a lot more all the time because a lot of people are always trying to work for Shell. With almost 2 decades of business and HR experience, he's a seasoned HR person, not just in Malaysia, but in the Asia Pacific region. Before joining Shell, he was a HR lead for Southeast Asia at Pfizer, based in Singapore. And beyond work, he's very much a family man, an active speaker, and really likes to give back to the HR community. And he talk about work-life balance, he represented Malaysia in touch rugby, in the Touch Rugby World Cup. So good job managing a C-level job and playing some rugby as well. So well done, Shazmi. We'll talk about work-life balance a little bit later. So thank you for being with us, Shazmi. And last but not least, I had to introduce her last because I had to introduce her first earlier today, is the one and only Dato' Nor Manaf. As Dato' Nor needs little introduction, as Dato' Nor said earlier, she was a chartered accountant and still is connected to that industry. She has worked in many, many industries, and she's also been a lecturer as well. And she holds leadership qualifications from Cornell University and Harvard University. And she has worked not just in Malaysia, like she said earlier, she's worked in London, she's worked in Indonesia, she's worked in Hong Kong, and she's a firm believer in terms of getting people to see, getting your sponsor to see, not just your technical skills, but your people skills and your adaptability. So panel, welcome to our interesting topic today. I'm just going to delve into it today, and I'm going to start with you, Shazmi. Okay, and then I'll move along. And our whole panel will answer this question and say, what would you say is the biggest transformation in the workplace today? So that's the question to the panel. Yeah, everybody will answer that. Shazmi.
Yeah, I think there are two, but for me, the biggest one is the element of caring for employees. In the past, caring for employees means making a conducive working environment where people go to work and enjoy themselves. But now is ensuring that it's a conducive home environment for them to work and while still enjoy themselves. So I think that element of care is the biggest change I've seen in Shell.
Nice, nice. Norida?
Well, in today's turbulent business environment, many companies are undergoing major change initiatives, and harnessing technological innovation, digital tools has been the works of life. So what I think most important is really, in short, embracing innovative technology and digital tools amongst the biggest transformation you see in the workplace. And it has impact people and business.
So that coming from a trained tech person, nice. Vinesh?
I think well-being, and more specifically mental well-being, I think is very much at the forefront of what is being transformed today and what's important for people. None of us in this call and none of us probably ever listening to the call has ever gone through a pandemic before, and the changes that has come and the importance of dealing with mental well-being is very much at the forefront because of the situation that has arisen around us.
Okay,
I think that's very yeah.
Fantastic. That's all.
Well, for me, I think the biggest, and because it has been the hardest, is managers are not paranoid about out of sight, out of mind. That means not performing. Okay, so everybody now are comfortable that as long as you are clear in terms of what the output is required of the person delivers it anywhere, anytime. I think for me that is groundbreaking.
Fantastic. Okay. I mean, look, great start to the conversation. You've all given different answers, which is fantastic. But let's move on to the next question, which is impact of technology. And Norita, I'll start with you since you've got some technological training behind you, and then I'll move over. But what do you think will be the biggest impact technology that will bring to workplaces in terms of opportunities and new business? You know, it goes back to the point of adaptability as well.
Right. So, well, in Prudential, we're taking the opportunity to shape, to speed, to scale the future of insurance. So industry changes will eventually happen, but we can take control and accelerate it in the right direction. So for example, for business, we have during the pandemic, a remote sales option during the start of our MCO, and which allow our agents to continue to submit cases and business proposal, and customer continues to be our priority, and ensure that they had peace of mind during pandemic. And for our customers too, we developed House app to further integrate our customers in matters beyond traditional insurance, and engaging platform to promote health. And for our employees, of course, digital learning capabilities for both employees and agents to make sure that they are into learning and getting all the remote work boot camps for our people, digital assessment, which for HR people, you can never imagine in the past that we could do digital assessment, that we always have all the live assessors in front of you assessing you. But now we move into the digital space and having to do it digitally. So upskilling is very key. So for the older generations, people like me, we need to continuously enhance and embrace technology instead of being afraid or resistant. Training can help to reskill and help to understand automation. Not necessarily means that your job will disappear, but yes, some jobs may disappear because of technology. But we always say not the job problem. As long as you embrace the change and you quickly learn, and you will also move along with it. So for younger generations, I think having the digital skills is great advantage, but it's not all the answer to the question. I think soft skills and other social skills, values, attitude, emotional intelligence are just as important as digital tools.
Okay, nice. Finish?
Yeah, I just want to actually, one actually touched on something that I wanted to talk about as well, and it's very true. Similarly, we are seeing the same thing. I think two things in terms of opportunities and business. From a business side, very likely, we provide a lot of services, right, at PwC. But what I think this advent of the technology wave means is that I'm not confined. I don't need to look for talent that is just within the Klang Valley. If I want to service a client who has a very specific niche need, they're not going to bat an eyelid today with the current situation. If I say I've got someone sitting in the other end of the world, and the client is not expecting to shake hands and meet first before saying, yeah, okay, I trust you to do this job for me, right? They're so comfortable just doing this all online. And that means I've expanded the opportunity for me to bring in skill sets from all around the world. That's one. But from a opportunity wise, I think the key thing for us that we've embraced in PwC is the opportunity to help bring our people up from a digital perspective, transforming that, right? And we've got this thing internally called the Future Skills Program. And it's really cool because we actually went on this a year ago. And it was very ambitious. We wanted to make sure as much as possible everybody in PwC becomes digital natives. Little did we know that it's just going to become a norm today. What we did was we got everybody getting on board with something called the Digital Fitness app. A little bit of a promo here. It's free. You can just go to your Play Store and look for Digital Fitness app by PwC, and it helps us learn by allowing you to get a base score. And picking up digital skills that may be necessary, giving you tools for you to read and listen and watch. But what that means is that people now need to focus on the human skills to align digital and human. And I think that is a key opportunity that we need to pick up on as we move forward as a business. How do you match these two and bring it forward? Because always just meeting online is not going to be the way forward. I think it's going to be a hybrid model.
Good point. That's all.
Well, I'm a firm believer of this saying. It's not about the technology. It's about what you do with the technology. So from a business perspective, we are so thankful that our customers, our over 22 million customers, many of them became very, very comfortable using our digital banking platform, Maybank to You, M2U, right? In the past, some are very reluctant, some still want to come to the branch and so forth. So now people are getting a lot more comfortable. From a staff perspective, it's like what Vinesh was saying. Previously, you want to meet personally. Like when people want to talk to me, if it's a call or even via Zoom, then they still feel that it's not yet done. It's still not complete. But today, no longer. So one of the blessings is we could engage with each other so easily from across our 20 countries. Remember, we are 43,000 people. Right. So today, I don't know whether you noticed, but if you check my postings, right, even our annual dinners, we are doing it via Zoom, and people have learned to really have fun. Their themes and all that, they dress up, don't care about what's underneath, right? But at least what can be seen is very much thematic, and people don't feel like something is still missing. So. People now have gotten to the level that truly understands that technology is just a tool, right? And it's what we do with it. So this is really beautiful where we are today.
Wonderful. Shazmi?
Well, being the last person to speak after the same question is kind of...
Ran away from me just now, so you went that way.
No, so I think for me, a couple of things. One is how do we ensure everything is run from the mobile device? Because that's almost become our digital shadow wherever we move. It's almost impossible to live without it. So how can you do either work transaction or business transaction or liaising with your customers via the phone? I think that's really important. The other thing is, and people tend to forget, that Shell is probably the largest retailer in the world with the number of petrol stations that we have. So our entire push on net zero emission, on reducing the carbon footprint will rely a lot on new technologies that come by. So on the business front, it's that piece, but overall, how do we get our interaction with our customers, our staff, our stakeholders, all done via mobile device more than anything else.
Cool. So Shazmi, I'll stay with you because we're moving on to our third question before we get into specific questions for all our individual panelists here today. And this is a question that many job seekers, especially fresh graduates, ask all the time. Has hiring practices changed in your organization? If so, how can a young talent prepare themselves for more employable years to come? Because it's all about being relevant all the time.
Yeah, so in terms of the hiring practice, it hasn't changed, to be honest. Shell, in the last 5 years, all our interviews are done virtually. Everything is via a video interview, and then it's a virtual call. So for us, there's not been much of a difference in terms of hiring practice. But what we have seen is the difference in the hiring needs. Yeah, so in the past, you have your traditional engineering degrees, which is fine, and we still need those people. But today is what can you bring different to the table? And we are always looking for that. The word that I use is my purple unicorn. And someone who brings different. It's not your cookie cutter, graduated first class, either in engineering or business degree and has not done anything else. Yeah, we want to see someone who has a bit of resilience, someone who has shown agility, someone who has fallen down but picked themselves up and come up. Now, those are the kind of people that we're looking for. The first class honors degree gets you the interview, to be honest, but whether we hire you or not, that's the different thing.
Yeah, so that's the different point. How about you, Narita? What's your views on the practices in your organization in terms of talent management, talent recruitment, and getting them to the next point of their career?
So I guess cultivating the courage and confidence to speak, it's something that is key, because if you want to be future leaders, we must be heard. Therefore, find your voice and be heard. That's very important. And of course, we also look for people who are very passionate and with entrepreneurial spirit as well. So it is also about strong integrity, the right work attitudes. All those are still remains very, very relevant in today, and humble as well. So those are some of the attributes that we look for when we interview people.
So Vinesh, how about the PwC way?
Yeah, I think, Ben, there's two parts to the question, right? I think from a hiring practice perspective, I think, like all organizations, similarly for us, we're moving into a lot more job portals for sourcing of talents. We're doing a lot more engagement via social media and being present on the web, as rather than just being stuck to campus fairs and so on and so forth. And as just like all other organizations, our interviews are being done a lot more virtually, and that of course brings along with it a lot of its own challenges. You can't just interact in person. But I think one key thing that I want to point out for PwC specific is the point around we've embraced the point of diversity and the need for us to move away from just the traditional degree-based high marks hiring. And what we've done in that ecosystem is to rethink the way we assess people who want to come work with us, right? One thing we've done is to gamify the way we've worked with the neuroscience community. We've gamified the way we do some sort of some of the assessments that are in place. And what it does is that it assesses the cognitive, social, and emotional behavior resources rather than just what somebody's telling you in person, right? And what it does is it allows us to the algorithms are built to allow us to look for specific roles or groups of similar roles that are based on our top talents, people who have a track record of being successful in an organization like ours. What we've tried to do is we've tried to take their DNA, the algorithm sort of catches and says, okay, in these sort of decision-making situations, what has a top talent, what does a top talent do in PwC? And then it sort of mimics that in the way it captures the answers that someone who's coming in provides. And then we try and do a bit of a matching to say, okay, this person may or may not be a good fit. The second part of your question, man, in terms of what can a young person do to prepare themselves to kind of work, it's all about data, it's all about digital. I'm not even going to ask anymore whether you know how to use the Microsoft Office tools, because that's just expected, right? So I expect you to come in already being an Excel whiz. But above and beyond that, there's so much more that's happening in that side of the skill sets, right? I expect you to now go upskill yourself, data visualization. How do you analyze data? There's so many tools out there, Power BI, Alteryx, just to name a couple. That would absolutely differentiate a young person wanting to come in and work. And these things are available online. You're not expected to go do a 4-year degree on these things to differentiate yourself. So I think that's something that we are moving towards, and of course this will evolve as we go along.
Yes, transformation and adaptability. Well, Dato, your views, and then I'm going to stick with you. The reason I asked you to speak last because I'm going to stick with you to answer the next set of questions. So
okay.
Tell us your views about this one.
Well, I want to highlight the fact that for me and for Maybank, right, we've gone away from looking for paper qualifications for more than almost a decade now. Right, in the early days of our transformation, 2009, 2010, I've already instructed my team. I don't want you guys to look, even for our advertisements, we don't say CGPA minimum, whatever. It doesn't mean anything. So cognitive, well, you know our Go Ahead challenge, right? That really is the means of looking for the totality of the person that we want. So I'm going to differentiate between now and future, right? Now, because we are still MCO, RMCO, whatever CO, right? So it's not natural, right? Yet. And so we started interviewing because we continue recruiting. We've not stopped recruiting. 300 plus minimum every month, even in March, right? So we continue interviewing virtually. So there are many thousands of people who's been interviewed with us in our virtual interview rooms. We are therefore getting a lot of practice in that, and it is going to be a permanent means going future. But in post, when there's a vaccine, hopefully, inshallah, I'm a believer of hybrids because I believe in humans. In fact, when I worry if we delegate to the robots and to algos and AI, okay, I still want the human touch. I still want the physical platforms. So there will be a hybrid. In terms of what to prepare yourself with, to emphasize again on some of the points earlier, we look for beyond what you can give us on paper. So be prepared in terms of your CVs. If you show me a traditional CV, I will not be very impressed. Internally, I call it the future ready CV, and the future ready CV is actually a portfolio of proof points, right? What you've actually done, put in everything that you've tested. Remember earlier I talked about just grab any opportunity. So even if it's not a permanent job, if you're helping somebody do a project, the person got a little gig, right? You're helping, put it into your portfolio. What did you do? Who did you work with? Those are what we look for. So that is what I call the future ready CV, both for you external candidates, but also our internal candidates, our staff.
Nice. So very much about adaptability, and we're going to talk about relevance now. But what are some of the new work trends or initiatives that have happened this year that you think will forever change the way we work? I mean, you mentioned earlier in your speech silver lining.
For today, like I mentioned choice. See, there are many bankers who are bankers by chance, by accident, okay? Deep in their hearts, they are either a baker or a writer, right? But because, again, parents, society, right? You must have a job. You don't have a job, you're a failure. And if a bank offers you, then you must grab it. Really, right? Today, as never before, you have a choice. And that also applies to companies, right? So I'm pushing my managers and my leaders to say, stop thinking traditionally in terms of resourcing ourselves. So the workforce configuration will be very different. I mentioned earlier, we have about 70% permanent, as in the traditional staff, but then the 30% will be made up of gigs. We call it flex in, flex out. Right? We will allow externals to come in and do gigs, but we also allow internals to become gigs, to offer themselves out, right? And that's official. So we want to allow people to truly, I see this tagline, be all you can be, but then the policy and everything else actually hinders you, which is total nonsense, right? So truly, for now, we actually have the opportunity to really tell the person, be what you can be. If you are someone who works well remotely, so be it. We want your output, we want your outcome. You can choose that, right? And if you think you are a person who need more structure, right? And you have to be in the office, fine. That's what we will offer you. So you will variety and diversity and inclusivity really is the new normal to me, that will become more and more mainstream. Yeah.
Well, that's very nice to hear about being different and relevant as well. But even before 2020, Dato, technology has impacted how talent is recruited and retained, and the panel spoke about that earlier. You know, Shazmi saying everything done by Zoom. Can you share your thoughts on this? Perhaps any personal experiences on integrating tech with talent management?
Wow. You know, talent management is a whole cycle, right? So how we recruit, I mentioned just now, right? There will be virtual aspects of it. You can be interviewed virtually. And by the way, we have many, like I said, who were interviewed virtually and then joined also virtually, okay? And when we asked them, because one of them was in a GRADUAN platform with me, right? When we asked her, so how do you feel, right? And she's totally Maybanked, all right? Yellow blood, okay? So I don't see any, as long as we are curating it, of course, right? I don't see any disadvantage or gaps, yeah, when we do it virtually from a recruitment standpoint. Performance-wise also, in terms of telemanagement, yeah, the whole cycle. Performance-wise, we are using a lot more of our conversation log in our HR system, right, which was quite dormant in the past. Today, it's 30, 40,000 chats and entries a month, right? And that's how we monitor as well. Zoom time is another one, right? To make sure that people are using productive hours. In terms of learning and development, my goodness, our hashtag learning never stops saw the highest number of learners in March. Can you imagine that? That's the, you know, when everybody's like default work from home, and our 23,000, right, majority of our people are at home. We immediately launched technology in terms of learning, and we call it hashtag learning never stops. Within 2 weeks, we had 17,000 learners. We've never had that before. So that's learning, that's development. And then, you know, it goes around in terms of retention. We had our talent review sessions, totally virtual. We had, so people no longer need to be physically in front of you for us to assess, and people get a lot of experience. We're getting a lot more experience in terms of how to really assess someone when the person is not physically in front of you. Yeah.
Nice.
I hope I answered your question.
No, you answered the question extremely well. So Vinesh, I'm going to ask you, can you share with us some of the pros and cons of these new norms in the workplace? Because the whole panel today has spoken about, you know, going to another level, embracing tech, but can you tell us about the pros and cons?
Yeah, I'll start with the cons first, Ben. I think, you know, I mean, it's sad, right? I mean, I started earlier when you asked me the first question, and I talked about mental well-being. I mean, let's put it this way, right? Nobody has gone through this before, and here's the con, because you know, a 23-year-old me didn't need to think about, didn't need to adapt overnight to physically being distant from friends and family. You know, think about it. An organization like PwC, we have a lot of young people who work with us, and they're living in the Klang Valley on their own, right? They're away from their family and their friends. And back in March, they didn't have the choice. They couldn't get onto a last-minute bus to go back to their kampongs, and so suddenly they were left with this sudden, overwhelming sense of loneliness after a period of time. Why? Because as a nation, we didn't have an opportunity to progress into this whole physically distant work arrangements, remote working. I'm using these words interchangeably, yeah? Remote working and physically distant working. And I think the con of the sudden current norm is the fact that people are beginning to suffer from social distancing or physical distancing withdrawal symptoms. And I think that's an issue that is going to bring forth. And you know, because we didn't get an opportunity to progress into this new norm, people have adapted to this on different speeds. So we do have people who are struggling, and we do have people who are so used to it. So when the virus eventually, you know, is brought under some level of management, and we try to reevaluate where we are as a race, as humankind, and as well as a working environment, I think we are going to be left with a difficult period of transition where we need to realign expectations at the workplace and how work is delivered. I mean, like all the other panelists pointed out, it's a little bit like The Voice now, right? I don't have to see you, but I'm just evaluating you purely on the work output. That's great. But I think the trade-off of physical interaction is going to prove to be a bit of an issue. And so, that's what I think is part of the cons. When it comes to the pros, it's a fantastic opportunity for us to rethink a whole lot of things. I think one is the capabilities and skill sets that we think is important today at the workplace. And as much as being a digitally capable person is important, I think there is a bigger opportunity now for us to think about the human skills that is needed. One of the initiatives that we have globally at PwC is the New World New Skills Initiative, and recognizing the fact that people need, organizations and governments and societies need to go digital, means that we are in a position to help. We are in a position to talk about it and to share our experience and to help upskill people. There's lots of literature out there. I'm not going to bore you to that with those details, but go look it up, right? New World, New Skills by PwC, and we're partnering a lot of organizations. That's one opportunity to bring forth the human skills needed to live and work and play in a very digital world. And I think the second opportunity is the opportunity to rethink how we use time. Previously, I needed to put aside an hour or so each way to get to work and back, right? Today, I need maybe 10 minutes on a good day, maybe a little extra on a bad day when I wake up on the wrong side of the bed. But that means I've got so much more time to be productive. I can just jump in, get some work done, and then just step out, go and do some other thing, step in and out. And it's an opportunity for me to be to expand my capabilities, expand the time and how I use it to grow myself. So these two things. I mean, there's many more, but I'm mindful of the time that you.
Thanks, Finish. Thanks for that. And Norida, I mean, the workplace is constantly transforming, and I don't like to talk about the cliches of work, like I said earlier, but we all talk about KPIs every day. Those three, well, wonderful or not so wonderful acronym. And KPIs are shifting. What's your advice for our audience watching today on how to prepare themselves in terms of being flexible and adaptable? Because that's what Nora spoke about earlier. Look, if you can work from home and deliver, great. What's your views?
Yeah, it's true. Because today, we are fast at becoming irrelevant very rapidly. So to be nimble, we must be open and have the willingness to learn and make the necessary adjustment for change so that we can adapt, grow, and develop ourselves. Reality today is we need to work through a loop of learning, unlearning, and relearning. While learning is something all of us are familiar with, but it's a bit more than just attending courses or training, but it's about the growth mindset. It's about having an element of love for learning, but more important is around resilience, and that will ensure great accomplishments. So the challenging part is about unlearn is to create space to learn new things. This requires a bit more courage because all your years of experience that have served you well, the question we need to ask ourselves is, whilst it has served us well, if we hang on to a point of view and the way we think as environment around us has changed rapidly. So once we cross the hurdle of courage, then curiosity creeps in, and then we actually find that learning something new suddenly becomes possible. And how we do this is by keeping relevant, seeking perspective, and continuing our journey of learning. And we will make mistakes around the way, but the process and the joy is the journey itself.
Nice. Okay, that's a really good point. And Shazmi, in terms of some companies have decided to work from home on a permanent operational level for their staff, especially this year. But even without COVID, some companies were shifting towards that trend. I mean, what about your organization? What's your organization and Shell's views on this?
So I think the most important bit is the flexibility, right? People like flexibility. Prior to the pandemic, a lot of people wanted to work from home. When the pandemic happened and when they had to work from home, people were unhappy that they had to work from home. And now when they are used to working from home, now a lot of them want to come back to the office. But I think as long as there is flexibility, and that is the principle and mantra of Shell, to allow the flexibility that people have the option to choose, I think people will be happy. If you say completely everyone has to work from home, there'll be a pocket, or probably a large size pocket, that might not be too happy because they don't like, because not everyone has a comfortable study, not everyone has, grown up children or single life that working from home is so easy. A lot of us like me have got three little monsters that is always trying to appear in all my video calls. So managing them at home while working is not easy. So you've got to give people that flexibility.
Okay. Now, speaking of that flexibility, I mean, Vinesh, because this is one of your questions as well, working from home, that is the biggest change for this year and probably the previous years. Can you share your experience in how your organization rolled out this initiative? And what are the challenges of integrating it? Because just because you can say, okay, you can work from home, it may not work tomorrow. It may not work the day after. It takes time.
Yeah. No, okay. So to be fair, we were, I suppose, a little bit more prepared than many others because we had actually gone on online collaboration tools a couple of years earlier. So people were fairly familiar and able to transition to that, right? And that's the hardware part. From a softer side of things, we had actually introduced what we call the flex policy, also about a year prior, which actually was built on trust, right? The firm provided this policy where you do get work done wherever you wanted, but be available when needed and deliver what is needed. So these things sort of came to a head together and actually put us on a slightly less tumultuous journey when we were all given 24 hours to suddenly work from home back in March 2020. So in that sense, PwC was slightly a little bit more better prepared. But the reality for us as a business is that we are a client service business across all our lines of service. And so then, making sure, and for us as an organization, I mean, the challenge was making sure that we were able to provide the right well-being and safety expectations of our staff while servicing the client's needs, because not all clients are also able to work from home the way we are able to. So we may be able to deliver what is needed remotely, but our clients may not, right? And not all clients are comfortable working, interacting online. And so that's one challenge. Now, again, transitioning into this new period, I think, Dr. Nora mentioned earlier as well. Similarly, we too have now made a commitment that all our learning material is now going to be delivered virtually for the rest of our financial year ending in June. So that's important, right? People knew that they were still going to be able to learn and upskill, and everything was available virtually. But most importantly, I think as an organization, what we did really well was in that period of transition, we focused a lot about how to make sure we kept people engaged and we were able to make sure that we kept people's well-being at the forefront. Regular communications. We did a lot of town halls just to address questions because there was so much of uncertainty around the country at that time. I think we did a lot of care packages. I think that the goodness of people, the care came to the forefront of everyone in the organization. Teammates were sending food packets to each other. People were organizing virtual workout sessions to make sure that they were keeping fit together. So all of this came together for us at PwC, transitioning into this new norm.
Nice. So we've got two more questions before we're taking some questions from the many questions that are being asked at the moment. And we do apologize to all our viewers if we can't answer all the questions, because in the spirit of time, because we have another 2 sessions to run to straight after this. So it's like clockwork, just like on television. But thanks for, Narita, can you talk about inclusiveness? That seems to be the big topic these days. What's your definition of how this is practiced in your organization?
Well, we need actually to create a culture of conscious inclusiveness as if it was a business objective. Now, for Prudential, our purpose is to help people get the most out of life. And we live our purpose by creating a culture where diversity is celebrated and inclusion is at the heart of our people and our customers. So as a learning organization, we constantly encourage innovation ideas that comes from all levels of employees. So Prudential recently embarked on a few initiatives to drive inclusivity. We had 72 hours of collaboration jam across the whole globe we received 31,000 comments from several thousand over employees globally. And it's a platform to share ideas and suggestions how to build the future of Prudential together. So I thought that was very powerful and getting all employees involved and giving their ideas to make us a better company. We also define inclusive leadership traits that will be deployed to all our top leaders, and we do that as well for hiring, promoting, and rewarding people next year. Yeah, so sponsoring programs to help and support diverse representation of our population in leadership and talent is also important and key. In our office, to foster greater collaboration and inclusiveness, our new office design is also an open collaboration workspace that's designed and built for our people. And the aim is to encourage open communication channel and nurture inclusions across all teams and businesses. So inclusiveness is a journey, and every day is a new learning for all of us. So discovering new ways to build better connection with our people. So our approach to learning inclusiveness is to continue to listen with open mind, engaging them, and I guess create a place where employees feel belong. That's the most important.
Now, nicely said, Norita. And Shazmi, the final question before we open it up to the virtual floor is that technology and pandemic aside, what are some of the other factors that have changed how we perceive the workplace?
I think the entire world of workplace have completely changed. If today I'm starting up a new business, for example, do I need an office? That's the first question. Secondly, okay, let's say I need an office. Do I need to go and rent one, or do I just go to a lot of the work sharing places and set up one? So if today you're a graduate and you know if you want to start up your own business instead of joining one of our organizations, it's so easy. Your overhead cost is almost nothing. You can either work from home, set up your business from home. You know, Bill Gates started from his old garage, etc. You can still do it now. Or if you really need a meeting space where everyone needs together and you don't want to buy a cup of coffee, you go to this working space area. So I think the entire world of workspace have completely changed, and I think we are still defining it. I don't think we all have the answers today, but we are still defining what is a workspace. And my worry is that after a while we lose the concept of my cocoon or my home, because you don't know how to differentiate where is home, where is office. Today you go to office, you come back, that's your safe environment, your home. But very soon, where is the safe environment? And I think all of us need to define what makes us happy, what recharges us, what is a safe space for us, because that line is going to be completely blurred.
Nice. Okay. Thanks very much, panel. We're going to give you a virtual clap. Let's give each other a virtual clap. Okay. Very well said. Very good points. I mean, we could talk about this longer, but let's go to our wonderful participants. A question. I'm going to start with Dato, and then going to go with Norida, Vinesh, and Shazmi for this question. It's talking about mental health, which is a big topic in professionally and personally these days. Dato, how do you assess and keep up with the mental well-being of your employees whilst working remotely? Subset to that question, what are the approaches that your company practices ensuring workers are able to maintain productivity virtually, to ensure that they work? So I'll get Dato to start off with that, then Norida, then Vinesh, then Shazmi. If I go in and out in terms of, you see my black screen for about 10 seconds, don't worry. I'm just trying to boost the speed of my net. So I'm also working remotely and virtually, so very much in the practice of that. So Dato, please take it away.
Well, listening is harder than speaking. We all know this, right? So we invest a lot in terms of our listening, because we are all going through, as all the speakers have said, these are new challenges, new landscape, and that's why we are trying to get the right new normals, right? The last thing we want is people prescribing, okay, and trying to stereotype and or go to the extremes. Anything extreme is bad. We all talked about diversity and inclusivity. We need to truly understand that people are different, right? And now we have the tools, we have the capability to truly then include, right? Like Norida was saying, conscious inclusion, right? Consciously include people. So the short answer to that is we do a lot of surveys. We do a lot of Kahoots, if you like, right? So at the very beginning in March, right, we had a baseline that, although logically we knew, but we were still caught by surprise. What Shazmi was saying just now, we found that because, prior to this, when we were doing our flex workforce rollouts and all that, we kept thinking, oh, we are actually helping parents with young children, right? So that they can work from home, but that's totally untrue, right? With the MCO, the survey results came back and said it was the parents who had young children who said, "Get me back to the office," okay, because they need to be able to to have that structure. So we listen, we survey, we ask all the time, and that's how we also know what to do and what to give at that time. It's also not something that you want to roll out permanently, because you will have to tweak it as you listen more and you hear more when you ask. So we have now it's permanent. For example, in our organization, I have my ESS, my emergency support services. So all staff know what number to call, and these are managed by live people. They are not robots, okay? And it's through their mobile phones. They don't have to be in the office. Our call center is running everywhere, right? That's the ESS. Anytime, any emergencies, whether it's emotional, mental, physical, right? They can call. We also have our CEMs. Now is a permanent feature, which is my customer experience managers. It's a full-time job now in GHC, in human capital. They also are supporting our people to that. The second question is now in terms of even productivity, if they have a problem, because now we have so many diverse people, right? Some are mobile, working at home, some are not, because we are a bank, so we are an essential service, right? So a proportion of our people are on the ground. They also have their needs. Otherwise, then we are stereotyping again, and we are only supporting those work from home, isn't it? People who are not working from home have their challenges as well. They are afraid as well, right? In terms of having to meet people and expose themselves. So we have our CEMs. We also we started offering way back in February, counselors. So we have full-time counselors in the organization. But for people who, again, diversity, we don't just talk about it, right? We discipline ourselves to cater to diversity. So not everybody is comfortable talking to an in-house counselor, so we also have external counselors. So all these are offered to our people, on top of course, the programs that we run. So we are in the face, if you like. It's not a cliche when people say, oh, the COVID pandemic is a HR one, because HR is put forth, yeah. Because the last economic crisis is a finance one, it's a CFO one, right? So this one truly it's about people, right? So the safety of our people and so forth. So we are ensuring that we are in the face. Okay, just now the in terms of physical fitness and all that, also everything is hashtag. People get to post. We force people into this virtual groups, and later they get into the groove of it. Remember, these are new behaviors, right? We had to force. We had to be a pest, okay, and say you actually need help, right? The hashtag work from home. Every day we ask them the one question to help them get into the new normal. And at the very beginning, we even ask them to post where you are working from at home, because you're right. Somebody mentioned this now. Not everybody has a palatial palace, right? We have single people who are renting rooms, isn't it? So we actually guide them. We say it's okay. It might be that little space under your stairs that is your sanctuary to do your work. Post it, show us, right? Or it's just outside your porch because you don't have any other place. Outside your porch, beside your favorite plant. It's fine, right? So we were helping people every day in terms of getting used to what's right for them, and monitoring, of course, people's emotional and mental health. I mentioned just now cases. These are real cases. We had to reach out to our people who were getting a little bit depressed, looking at their four walls, isn't it? So those are actively, and we are still learning. We're still learning in terms of what else we need to do. Okay.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Norida?
Oh, to me, mental health starts from awareness, and it's very important for the whole organization to be aware and for leaders to recognize that our people may have issues, and there's nothing wrong about it. So what happened was we all celebrated the World Mental Health a couple of weeks ago, right? So the beauty of it is we had a global, we call it disconnect to reconnect. So we asked all employees to disconnect, but we all reconnected on Zoom, where we had all our top leaders from London, from Hong Kong, and globally to share their personal experience going through some of the past. So by them sharing it, we also encourage and show to our employees that it's okay to talk about it. And I guess that's most key, because a lot of the times people do not want to bring it up for fear of how leaders will look at them if they say that they do have issues or have some concerns that they dare not even raise. So having awareness, I think, is the starting point.
Okay. Ladies, as they say, ladies first, so I'll let you go first already, because in the spirit of time, the question I'm going to ask the whole panel straight after this, and I'm going to give the ladies the advantage first, is that you have to think of one hashtag word that sums up this topic. So I'm going to let Vinesh and Shazmi answer the mental health question, their views, and then we'll go back to Dr. Nora, Norida, Vinesh, and Shazmi, a hashtag to summarize this topic. So you ladies can think about that first, but Vinesh, about mental health?
Yeah, I think that we're at a point, Ben, where mental health is important. Everybody realizes and talks about it. They're aware. But I think we need to talk a little bit more, because we still need to remove the surrounding taboo that comes with mental health. People still need to be comforted to know that it's okay to have a mental health condition. It's okay. And I think managers need to start thinking about the fact that it is a real issue. It's not something that you can see. And so when you can't see it, you don't understand it. And you know, like everyone rightly pointed out, this sudden change in working environment meant that we've all had to adapt to this new normal in a very different way. Some are having it a little bit more difficult than others. So the way we are processing and dealing with this mentally is very different. So there is still a little bit of taboo around it, and people find it difficult to say, you know what, I really need to just switch off and go away for a while. And then you suddenly feel like, oh, have I let my team down? Have I not done enough? Everybody's working for 12 hours. I've only worked for 11 hours and 45 minutes. Does that mean I've done less? I think that's point one. But I think point two is also from a managerial side of things. That relearning is going on, right? Previously, if somebody is out of sight, out of mind, the first thing that we're saying is okay, this person's slacking off. This person's not doing what they're supposed to do. I think today people are beginning to realize that our first reaction when somebody's not reachable should be to say, is this person okay? Does this person need a little bit of help? How do I quickly reach out to this person? Is there a network of friends I can reach out to get this person on board and see if this person's doing well or mentally is well, right? And I think so. Those are the two things I think we need to quickly learn to upskill our own selves in all organizations.
Very nice report.
We are ahead of time, so I'll try to make this as short as possible on the mental health bit. So we do multiple kind of programs for mental health. I think the first one is we have the Care for Self program. So before anything else, you have to start caring for yourself. And we've got a whole program on that one. And then we train managers on how do you look out for signals or signposts that maybe your team members are not doing all right. And don't ask them, how are you? Because we are not typical English speakers. The answer that we learn in school to how are you is, I'm fine, thank you. Irrespective whether you're fine or not. And that's your standard answer. So we ask, how are you feeling? What are you feeling today? And then the answers are about stress, etc. We launched a program called It's Okay to Say I'm Not Okay. And we had very senior leaders who become very successful people in Shell come and say, I suffer from this mental problem. And if I've suffered, but I can still grow my career, and if you have any kind of mental challenge, not an issue for you to voice it out. And last but not least, we have an employee assistance program. Basically, it's a care line, completely confidential for staff to dial in directly to some clinical psychologists or psychiatrists to make an assessment of how they feel. The reason why it has to be directly someone external is because a lot of people feel if we train somebody in HR, that somebody in HR will gossip and tell everyone else that I've got a challenge. So that's why we do someone external. On productivity, when the pandemic first hit, the first thing we told everyone is relook at your goals and change it, because you're not going to be able to achieve all your goals. So we are giving you a green light to rework all your goals, change your goals and make it more realistic, because you're not going to achieve whatever that you set. And then I think that shows care for people that, oh, at least my bosses understand that I'm still not supposed to run at 100 kilometers per hour.
Okay. Look, to our panel, you all individually have listed us some very, very good points. And I mean, which is not just about your company and how you do things, which is first class and world class, but also very sympathetic to the new audience out there in terms of how to manage one's career. But speaking about managing one's career and the new norm in talent management, the one word hashtag to just summarize this topic, no right or wrong answer. Dato' Nora, I'll start with you.
One word.
Yes, one word hashtag. It's a challenge. It's not easy. I gave you a warning, yeah?
Yep. Okay, then I'll choose hashtag courage.
Courage. Okay. Norida?
Hashtag agile.
Hashtag agile. Finish?
Hashtag human skills.
Well, that's 2 words, man. That's okay. It's a hashtag. It's fine. Okay. Shazmi?
Hashtag live, as in live your life.
LIVE. And you can also hashtag LIFE because it's your life and nobody else's. Look, Dato', Nora, Puan Norida, Vinesh, and Shazmi, thank you so much for your time on this Saturday morning, and Dato' Nora, thanks for the coffee earlier as well. You all be safe, you all be good, and keep being the inspiration that you are, not just in your careers, because you are all very inspirational people internally to the organizations that you work for, and to all the viewers on GRADUAN Aspire. On behalf of all those viewers and everybody here at GRADUAN Aspire, we thank you, and we'll be in touch very soon. Be safe and keep well, yeah? Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you and well done.
Thank you, Dato'.
Thank you. Thanks, fellow panelists. Take care.
So to all our viewers, thank you for being with us. Don't go away. We've got another topic coming up with a different Okay, welcome back everybody to Graduate Aspire 2020. We are virtual. For those of you joining us for the very first time today, my name is Ben Ibrahim, your friendly virtual host, and for the very first time, the first virtual host of Graduate Aspire in the history of this wonderful event. But our topic right now is digital talent management. We have four wise gentlemen who's going to talk about this topic and get to give us the meat of it. I'm just going to introduce our speakers. On to my far right, the man from Nestle, Shazad Umar, Head of Human Resources, Nestle Malaysia. He began his career as a management trainee with Nestle Pakistan in 2001, and then after that, holding several managerial posts in human resource. Now, Shazad is a very interesting guy, a very nice guy. He is a trained engineer. So he's not a trained HR person. So he's from the line, as they say, and he holds an MBA from the University of Nottingham and a mechanical engineering degree from the University of Engineering and Technology in Lahore, Pakistan. So Shazad from Nestle Malaysia, welcome. And then the man right next to him, who is holding his mouth because he's got so much to share right now, all the time. Really nice guy, an inspirational person to speak to as this panel is Mr. Chen Fong Tuan, also known as FT. And the joke that I have with FT over the years is FT does not stand for financial transaction. Okay, so FT is the Human Resources and General Affairs Director at Samsung Malaysia. FT has been responsible for end-to-end people operations as part of the country's executive team, providing strategic and tactical input to drive business goal. He's been a senior HR leader with many great companies like Maybank and Coca-Cola. And just like Shazad, he's a qualified engineer. So something about engineering and HR, okay? And then next to FT is Mr. Lim Chi Gay, Executive Vice President, Group HR, TTCX, a seasoned C-level HR professional with over 24 years of experience in HR, manufacturing, IT, supply chain, and managing teams, not just in Malaysia, but in the US, Europe, and Asia Pacific as well. So very much a global talent, just like our panel here is today. And his key focus areas include global board level HR transformation, building best workplace practices, and developing leadership excellence, because he is a firm believer that leaders should be accountable to drive people for outcomes. So thank you very much, Jige, for that. And last but not least, the ever smiling, the ever happy, the ever dapper and dashing Farid Basir, Chief Human Capital Officer of the one and only Telecom Malaysia. Farid comes with a wealth of experience from various industries. During his career, Farid has taken on assignments in Switzerland, South Africa, the Philippines, before returning home to Malaysia in 2014. So he's been an expatriate before, like a lot of our guys here have today. He graduated with a Bachelor of Business Studies, HR, and completed business leadership programs by Cambridge Business School, Oxford Business School, INSEAD, and IMD. So very much a learned person, not just in the workplace, but in the academic arena as well. Gentlemen, welcome to our topic right here, right now. And I'm just going to start with you, Shazad. This is a generic question for all our panel. In terms of, let's start with tech. Regardless of what industry we're in, tech seems to be the key word. What are some of the top tech trends in talent management HR?
Thanks, Ben. Really glad and honored to be here with such a great crowd around us. I'll speak more about Nestle. For us, what we are doing from an HR standpoint on talent management is trying to automate or digitalize the overall end-to-end suite of offerings that we have in HR. So just to give an example, the whole process where we connect, source, and onboard people is now automated. We have chat robots inside. There's a lot of analytics, predictive and descriptive analytics that are run. There are a lot of AI-based learning solutions which are there. There's a lot of psychometrics, which is also machine learning-based. A lot of tools that help us collaborate online in a digital space, and also think online on how to create an innovation culture. So a lot of tools, a lot of technology, a lot of ways of how we can leverage on the evolution of how talent management is evolving around us.
Nice, Shazad. Good answer. Farid?
Thanks, Ben. Good to know and good to see all the audience. Technology has embedded itself in how a company recruits and manage its talent. Talent leaders like all of us now have a variety of cutting edge tools like data analytics and AI to help the employees as well as the candidate experience, managing our workforce, as well as recruit the right talent. Now, I would say there are six trends to see in HR technology as we turn the calendar to 2021. What are the six HR top tech? For me, the self-service technology, ESS and MSS, AI. Third, specialized tech skills required, and then followed by HCM solution and work redesign, and finally data analytics as well as data privacy. These are the six top trends that I'm looking at. Thank you, Ben.
And Chige?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Good morning, everyone. Glad to have you all here. So just to add on what Saizat and Farid have mentioned, before I go into additional comments, the question that I pose to most of you will be, what is your level of digitize yourself in the today digital platform in terms of your skill, your capability, and also your brand? That's one. So maybe that's one thing that, and maybe at the end of the day, what you need to do to improve that. The second thing is how much time you spend on understanding jobs, company in your social media interface. I'm not talking about you spending on Facebook and getting your friends news, but it's more about how much you spend seeking for job or how much you spend to understand company's culture. So going back to that, the reason I say that is because companies like TDXL from TDXL are managed globally. We are present in 10 locations, and Malaysia doing quite well, even in these pandemics. And for sure, in just like what Farid and also Sazat had mentioned, all companies are digitizing our HR processes. And the trends that has moved today, and even to speed it up, is that all the interface with candidates and employee are digitized. That's number one. And of course, there's still a human being, but a human intervention, a human touch. But then the interface is even speed up in that area. The second one is that we know more data, more information about our workforce and about candidates. So the question is that, do company know about you? The third one, we see that more jobs are digitized jobs. And also we notice that we require people to have a digitized skill. For example, when you involve in interview in TDCX, the first level interview is that you will need to talk to the machine. You need to talk to the online assessment or online behavior interview. It's all recorded. Are you familiar with that interface? So I just want to bring out that this will be the trend as we move into in right now and even in the near future.
No, very interesting sharing right there. FG, we know you're passionate about tech.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ben. Well, it's always good to go last because I can always say everything has been spoken already, particularly from
No.
He mentioned six already, all six. Okay, probably, it's, I think this is a cliche. Nobody has mentioned it because it's probably not as sexy as some of the analytics, AI stuff. But I think the top tech that is taking over now that will dominate in the next couple of years, definitely the next 6 months or so, is remote collaboration. Zoom, for example, right? The advancement in Zoom technology that one collaborative tool, they have probably moved 5 years in terms of advancement. I know Dato' Nora was talking about Satya Nadella saying that it moved 2 years. I think in collaborative platforms, technology has moved 5 years. It is so easy, everything it is available. But probably for me, instead of talking about what the tech trends in talent management, I think the danger is the risk in the tech trends in talent management or HR. The divide between the digital haves and the digital have-nots is becoming more apparent right now, because not everyone is accessible or has the same access to broadband in the same way, in the same manner. I think that is something that the trend going forward is how do we close this divide in terms of the digital haves and the digital have-nots from a skill perspective, mindset perspective, from a infra perspective. So this is probably second. And third, we talk about AI and bots all the time. AI and bots, it's happening. Is it getting more pronounced in the post-COVID? I don't think so. I think AI and bots have been there and will continue to be there. But I think it is the way we use AI and bots that's more important going forward. So the third one is actually the trend that I see is the extent or the skill or capability of using AI and bots in an integrated manner that matters. It's not the tool that matters. It is, again, a cliche again, how we use those tools and what is our attitude towards those tools. So I think, you will hear me bringing us back to this particular topic pretty often. As soon as you ask me anything about tools, I would say it is not the tools that matter, it is the skill and capability and the mindset that matters. So I'm sure you're going to ask me about tools later, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like to always call that about the intangibles. So probably later we'll speak about how do we make the intangible tangible from a very objective recruitment point of view. But great start, everyone. I mean, I know I'm sorry to just delve into the topic because I'm just wary of time. I mean, no time to even say hi, good morning, and smile, but you all are smiling, which is very, very good. I'll start with you, Farid, for this next question. Question number 2. I mean, the whole topic, why digital talent management is the way forward? I mean, some people will say that's a no-brainer, but some people say, hey, that's a bit insensitive to say that because not everybody is so tech savvy. What's your view, Farid?
Now, I would like to focus on the audience because I believe most of the audience that we have today are the millennials. So it's good for me to remember the fundamental of any conversation like this is who are in front of us. So in front of us now, these are aspiring future leaders of Malaysia. They are millennials. And let's talk about millennials and technology. I have 2 millennials. I have 2 daughters, Aina and Aisha. One have just graduated. So we know that the millennials were born into the tech age between 81 and 1996. They are digital native. I can swear that they are the hardest generation compared to Gen X or baby boomers. To engage, and employers need to keep up with technological advancement and provide the latest digital tool that may engage them better. Now, first and foremost, companies like us, we should tap into millennial intrinsic desire for personal fulfillment and a sense of purpose. Millennials value product less than meaningful experiences. They are more idealistic rather than pragmatic. They continuously searching for personal fulfillment rather than just a job, and they don't tolerate subpar experiences from brands delivering customer experience to employer delivering employee experience. Now, for TM, what we have done, we have conducted the first HR hackathon. We believe the first in Malaysia in terms of HR hackathon. It was a 24 hours event. We conducted it at KL Tower during the New Year. That's how we got a free access to celebrate New Year, where most of the participants are millennial. And we realized that socially engaging experience, real-time feedback, and mobile access positively impact engagement with millennial. We also found that attracting and hiring talent is only the start of establishing a positive employee experience. Employers like us must first make employee experience a priority, especially among millennials, where they're apt to job hopping when they feel underutilized. Thanks, man.
Nice. Shazad?
Again, it's difficult to follow Enche Farid. But like you said, millennials are the source of energy for any company. So similarly for us in Nestle as well, is how about, you create that culture like what FT was saying, it's not just the tools, and as the saying goes, it's not the gun, it's the man behind the gun. So how do you create that culture? Technology, even if you go back 100 years ago, whatever technology was there, adoption was always a challenge. There is this natural human reluctance to adopt a tool or a gadget. So that's about how you create a culture, how you instill a language, how you inculcate this in your day-to-day behaviors. And I think millennials lead the way. They were the digital natives of this whole era. They are more tech savvy than some of us. I raise my hand there. And they help us create this wave or this momentum inside the organization.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go to FT and then I'm going to go with Chige, and then after that, Chige, you will start also the next question as well. So, FT, your views on this?
Okay, the question was why digital talent management is the way forward.
Why in that way and that way forward?
Correct. Let me reframe that statement. I don't think it is so much digital, but more technology. Now, digital is not technology. It's not only, right? Not all technology is digital. So we need to be careful when we say digital talent or digital human. It is almost saying going forward, we need to dehumanize to be successful, which is untrue. Yeah, I think we need to be even more human to be successful. Whilst I believe technology will free us from the mundane, repetitive tasks and provide check and balances to our very innate human biases, because it equips us with insights from the mountains of data. The way forward is not only just digital, but balancing digital and analog. We are analog. Both Shazad and I are engineers, so we may not be as tech savvy as the millennials, but I think we get by. But there are certain things in life that cannot be digital. If you ask me, talent management being the top echelon of human performance talent, and we treat them as commoditized 1 or 0. Human beings are not binary. We are not 1 or 0. So the whole concept of digitalizing human beings, it's not too compelling for me in terms of whether that is a proper business case or not. I think alternatively is we have to find ways to harness the appropriate technology for the right purpose, deploy and perpetually improving the technology so that we can use them in the right way, and integrating technology into the natural flow of business, but not replacing it. So, as I mentioned to you, I'll keep coming back to this point.
No, it's good. It's a familiarity, which is a good thing for our viewers. Chige?
Yeah. So I guess most of them already cover all the key points. And I just want to maybe focus on today's audience at this career fair, right? Mainly on the job, your brand, and your mindset in seeking job and opportunity. And before that, as most of the panelists have mentioned, that from a company perspective, every company are digitize their talent management, whether from how we attract candidates, people like you, how we retain our employee, how we develop our people. We are moving to a lot of digitize. And like what also FT mentioned, that when we say we have digitized, it doesn't mean that every single things are all digitized. There's still a human touch. There's still a social interface that's required. Just give you an example, in the last 6 months, we invested heavily in the technology. We implement 4 additional digital platforms in the area of engagement, in the area of learning, and also in the area of attracting talent. So what I'm trying to say here is that I just give you my story. I have a daughter just joined Imperial first year. And before she joined Imperial, she have a gaps of 6 months. And during the 6 months, she actually have 3 internship with Maybank, with Unilever, and with another consultant firm in Australia. So all these 3 are all interviewed and also get engaged through virtual. She involved in learning a lot of things like Python, and even stock market investment. It's all through e-learning. So what I'm trying to say here in today's millennium, the learning, the digitization today have bring you all to the next level. You're taking the opportunity. It's not the days of my years. that we don't have all digital platform. We only have one. The company is the one that trains us, or we go to universities that we get all this education. But today learning has and knowledge is digitized. And are you all having a digital mindset? So that's a question that I raised it again to you all in my second, what we call engagement with you all, is that how much of the time that today that you are engaged in the social digital media, and how much you have to do with understanding culture, understanding, get to know more knowledge, get to know more jobs, get to know more companies. How much of your time, or a lot of time, I'm sure millennial, you all are involved in interface with social media, but are you all just spending all your time in TikTok or all the time in Facebook? How much time you do spend in learning? How much time you do spend in getting to know companies? Okay, even in these four companies, do you know Nestle well? Do you know Samsung well? Do you know Telecom well? Or even TDCL well? What are the culture? Are you fit into your culture? So those are the things that you all need to think about. And I hope that this is, for those who attend, this is something that I just want to bring out to you all and just have self-reflection on this area.
That's really good in terms of TikTok. That's the one that's really dominating the tech conversations these days, regardless what generation you're from. But has the pandemic influenced the way your company uses technology and talent management, Chige?
Yeah, very good question. Just follow up from my question. Remember, I mentioned that we are invested heavily right now in the technology platform. We have, and as most of you have known that technology drives a lot of innovation. And I remember that even 20 years ago, I used to run manufacturing. And at that time, it's already on smart manufacturing. And AI is already introduced in manufacturing, and automation already introduced in manufacturing. And this has come over the years into services, into HR. So I'm trying to say that technology will keep driving the way to go. And definitely they have an impact to our talent management. And again, we are invested in four. I'm not going to spend so much time on how do we engage and how we do develop our employee, and we do a lot, and that's on the engagement, and that's a question that's been asked. But I like to spend more about how do we attract talent into the company, because that is where most of you are either listening for to seek for the job or opportunity. So we have four tools, right? We invest in much more in the job portals, for example. We have 32 job portals, and we are investing another 2 job portals in the last 2 months. So can you imagine how much job portals? So the question is that, are you in the job portals today? Are you having your resume in the job portals today? I asked my daughter to make sure that she has a LinkedIn profile, and she has. And right now, even the first year university, she has a follower of almost 500 followers. So I'm just giving you an example, and just because I'm able to educate and tell her the importance of it. But for the rest of you, I'll always say, how much time of you have you digitized? Because when we look into today, the way we hire, we are not only looking into getting resume people that we know. I have recently a few of my ex-staff or even friends. Chige, I just submitted my resume. Can you help me to find a job? And I actually don't know that they have submitted their resume or apply the jobs in my company. I don't know until they inform me. But what more important is that how your name is actually going to be matched with a job, because it's going to be run by the machine. So in other words, how you do digitize your profile, okay? And previously, last time we said the first impression is good, which is true when you come to interview in the old days. But today is not so much of the first impression. It's about how well are you that you digitize your profile, because the machine will match your key information, right? The machine will match, of course, your skill, your capability. Dr. Nora, this monitor about what uniqueness that you bring to the table. What are the uniqueness that you have in a profile? That's going to be also very key. It's not as key in a fresh graduate. It will be even key when you have experience, because everyone have experience. What are the uniqueness that you bring to the table? Okay. that is definitely going to be very, very key. It's because the machine is going to match our job based on the job expectation, and if you miss some of that, and we don't ask you to key every single thing, but be precise and to be able to describe about yourself is going to be very, very key. And ability to digitize yourself in a digital world is going to be very, very important. And today, uh, we invest a lot in the recruitment because we do a lot of hiring. I have 1,000 positions to be filled out globally. And all of that, I just want to let you know, I'm attending 2 crisis meetings because the site cannot fill up the positions. Can you imagine we have people who can't find a job, at the same time employers are struggling to find candidates? Okay, so what, and are you having yourself into all our job portals? So that's one question, right? So one translate, and I just want to also make sure that today we are transformed the way we digitize. Our first level is a lot to do with job matching to your resume. The machine will do that. The machine will send out the email and asking you to answer a few questions, behavior questions, a few behavior questions that pertaining for whether you have, for example, whether you have a growth mindset, whether you are pretty much have, let's say, for example, have a mindset of focus on a result output, for example, uh, and whether you have example to tell us about how well in terms of how you meet certain job or how do you meet certain tasks that was given to you. Because in today's environment, as more and more work from home, we definitely need a DNA of discipline or self-motivation in the whole mindset. So what I'm trying to say here is that, are you familiar yourself in those areas? Because this is how the technology today and enable employer to find candidates much easier. And we know candidate much more today. And a lot of time, we also find many candidates who are good candidates, but they do not know how to, what we call, put that into their profile. And that's the reason why it make our employer much more work to do. And that is a pool that actually we do not want to ignore. And that's why it take additional work for us, for those who have been rejected. We take another round to go and review that. But what I'm trying to say here is that just because we do that, it doesn't mean that we will be doing that in the years to come. So what is more important, as I put it on the table to all of you, is that how much time that you spend to make sure that you really digitize yourself. How much time do you try to understand the culture of the company? And we spend also a lot of time to digitize our culture and make sure that our employer branding are into the social media. Not only right now in LinkedIn, but we know that Facebook, we know Instagram is where the millennials are right now, and also in TikTok. So we know that TikTok, although the group of TikTok right now is still at the age below 20, but we believe that that will change. So what I'm trying to say here is that as an employer, we know that we have no choice. We also need to get in touch with millennials, but we also want millennials to know what employers are doing so that you can match. And that will make our job easier because we really want to find good talent like you all into the company. And this is where I'm here to just want to share with you something that you can do as we are, as technology change the way we hire, as technology change the way we retain our employee and we train our people. Okay, Ben, back to you. I think I talked too much.
Thanks. No, really good points that you've shared with us there that has given us some very strong food for thought in terms of how to improve systems and structures. But Shaza, can you share with us some of the ways, Nestle, technology is being used in talent management within Nestle to propel the talent needs of the company and industry, really?
Yeah, I briefly alluded to it. I think in Nestle, our approach towards digitalizing any process is all about experimentation. So we're doing a lot of experimentation on the overall end-to-end spectrum of what HR has to offer. So on talent management, I briefly mentioned this whole sphere of connect, source, and onboard. We have automated it. We're leveraging on AI, on people analytics. We work with a startup here in KL called Pulsify. Across other Nestle markets, there are a lot of projects or a lot of initiatives which are also being run. A lot of work happening on learning as we speak. And going back to your previous question, COVID is the biggest accelerator that is transforming the workplace. I can honestly tell you, till 7 months ago, I was not aware of what Zoom is. And now most of our time is spent on Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and all of that. So technology is there. In the current context is pushing us to do more and more of experimentation. And in Nestle, that's our mindset. See a tool that can work for you. Don't just join the bandwagon. Just see what can work for you, what can fit in your culture, and just stick with it and persevere. There's a lot of vendor hopping that happens in tech sphere, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Stick with a tool that you have put into your culture and see if it can give you those benefits. So a lot of experimentation in a simple answer to your question, Ben.
Experimentation to lead to consistency. So that's a very good point. In that point, Farid, I mean, Shazad spoke about using the right digital tools to get consistency. How about using digital tools to improve your employees' digital skill set, and how important it is, especially in today's workplace? Like you all said today, we didn't know what Zoom was once upon a time. We didn't know what TikTok is. All we know is WhatsApp. But now WhatsApp is so common. It's more of a news portal. And, we need to embrace the new tech platforms that are here and more to come. So what's your view, Farid?
Thanks. Thanks, Ben. Yeah. For TM is also a digital company. Let me give you the context and complexity of Telecom Malaysia. We have more than 32,000 in our talent ecosystem, and with more than 700 work sites. If we take the space almost 1 million square feet, equivalent to half of Monaco. So just the perspective of telecom in Malaysia itself. Now, our aspiration is all about turning workplaces into places where all employees can thrive. And we has an in-house mobile app called Era. It is a single mobile app where we aspire to build culture, to drive engagement, and connect the dots to a single employee facing touch point that our employee will love. Yeah. Now, during COVID-19, one of our challenge was we just introduced career conversation, because as an employee, as an individuals, it is our aspiration that we want to better understand our strengths and weaknesses while learning new skills, developing ourselves, and turning into a better version of ourselves without losing our own authenticity. And this is where our in-house mobile app Era really helps, and this is built in-house. So the good thing about when you build it in-house, because you have the capability to do that, you're able to accelerate the implementation as well as the customization. Now, having said that, I always love FT words about not only digital, but let's talk about technology. We know that technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. Technology is not perfect, it's just a tool. There is no glory of using technology like AI, data analytics, or quantum computing. If we use it to find faults of our employees, our glory lies in using tech for embracing all, generating love and happiness, and nurturing and developing talent like all of you, our future leaders. And misuse of or abuse of technology is not a technological problem, it is a social problem actually. My greatest fear is not the abuse of technology, but that we do not use it at all. Thanks, Ben.
Ben, are you on mute? I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's my turn to make that mistake, okay? So the host is allowed to make one mistake, so that's my one mistake. So Farid, you spoke about earlier, thanks for your answer, by the way. You spoke about earlier about, this generation, they're very difficult to change. They want something tangible rather than an experience. And I'm going to get Fong Tuan to expand on that. And FT, the biggest driving force behind the future of tech will be the millennials in Gen Z in the workplace who expect mobile and value experiences. I mean, they love the phone, they're just glued to it. It's almost like their boyfriend, girlfriend, or best friend. Can you share with us and our audience how this has changed the way your department views tools in talent management?
Okay, I think I haven't even mentioned Samsung even once. Most of others have mentioned Nestle and TDCX and TM. So, well, as you all know, Samsung is a technology company. So it is, to us, it is not whether you're millennial, you're Gen Z, everyone is immersed in technology.
Yeah.
Which is why I want to clarify very quickly that digital is not technology, technology not digital, it's two separate things. If you ask me whether millennials and Gen Z are the driver of technology, I don't think so. I think now the greatest driver of technology is a very microscopic virus called COVID-19. That is the #1 driver of advancement in technology. I couldn't agree more with Farid earlier that the abuse is a danger. Don't know how to use it at all, or not using it at all is even worse. So I think the question is, how do we engage millennials, and how do millennials and Gen Z wants to be engaged? They use mobile phones. They have 3 to 4 devices anywhere, anytime. It's not like the boyfriend, it's probably the boyfriend and the girlfriend, selfies and everything else. And they communicate through that, right? Their entire life is a device. And this is a new reality that HR and any other businesses, not only HR, all businesses need to embrace, need to adapt, and need to change the way we do business. Supply chains and everything else need to change. The people who are, and the audience who is listening in, are all digital natives. They're not even called digital natives. They are just born. They're not even native. They are just, that's the only thing they know, right? The fact that you are watching TV on the TV is alien to them, because they don't watch TV on TV. They watch TV on small devices anywhere. So the entire definition of how we engage is changing and will continue to change. And we have to adapt to it. So Zoom, device, broadband, 5G. I think a lot of our viewers here have no idea what previously, when there is no 4G, 3G, 2G, 1G, GPRS. I mean, that four, I mean, I think some of us here still remember GPRS, GSM. It is something that those alphabets people don't know. But the new, my kid, for example, and all our new colleagues, young colleagues coming out, they expect instantaneous. They expect everything to be now. They expect when I need information, it is already there. If I want to collaborate, it's just a call away. If I want to know certain thing, I can just put into a device and something just come out. If I want to buy something, I don't need to go to a store to get it. I'll just go online and I'll get it the next day. And if you pay enough, you get it in the next hour. So all these are changing, and it is changing fast. So has it changed the way my department, my company view technology? Absolutely. I think the question is, how fast can we adapt? How fast can we change the way we think, the way we do work, so that we can actually adopt some of this technology quickly that makes sense to our staff, makes sense to our customers.
Nice. FT, I'm going to stick with you on your final question, and then I'm going to ask 3 more questions. I mean, one each to each of our speakers, in terms of the human side of resumes and filtering. And to our panel, you're going extremely well today, by the way, but if you can just keep it tighter, because the questions are keep coming in thick and fast, and I'm just trying to accommodate our viewers, who are the most important people, really. So apologies about that. But FT, what about, I mean, we spoke about it earlier, AI, and how that's contributed to your department's functions.
Okay. I'll keep it tight since I know Ben is going for the next one. You have another one coming out in 10 minutes, so I'll do it in 1 minute. AI is imbued across all our platforms in Samsung. We have our own bots. We have Bixby, which is our mobile AI assistant, which incidentally is, if you hold a Samsung phone, it is available in your mobile as well. Our chatbots, we have two chatbots called Mobi and CIS. One is to facilitate internal processes. Another one is for customer solutioning. But let me bring it down to HR. I choose one of it. I choose learning, okay? Because AI cuts across all processes, like what Shazad mentioned earlier, from acquisition, attraction, right down to, across all the processes. Let me give you an example of how AI is used in our learning, yeah? Assuming that you are a salesperson and you book a appointment to see a customer, a new customer, totally new, you have no idea who this person is, first time, it's a business development pitch, and you book a time to meet that person somewhere. Assuming everything is fine, you have to actually physically go to the office, right? When the pandemic is all done. The AI engine, the learning bot, will, number one, trigger a profile of the person you'll be meeting, because they will mine all this data from the public space and give it to you so that you know who you'll be meeting with some profile. Secondly, they will remind you of your spec sheets. Third, they will send you a tip sheet about how to do a successful pitch. And fourthly, the bot actually will book a Grab for you 1 hour before you get there, depending on the traffic, because they can check from Grab and from Waze as well. So this is what I mean by how AI is helping. But AI doesn't sell the thing to you. Technology doesn't help you sell to the person. You still got to do it yourself. But technology will help you make the sale more probable, to make you get there safely, to make you get there on time, to ensure that you're equipped to do the pitch. But it does not help you get the deal done. So that's what I mean by now contextualizing what I mentioned earlier, is technology is a tool. You use it wisely, you use it intelligently, it definitely will help you to be more productive, to be more effective. So that is my, I think, a minute and a half.
Not bad, 90 seconds. Shazad, I'll ask you this question about the impacts of technology that we'll have on HR, on how this will influence job opportunities as well as career advancement. What's your advice for today's talent on how to best utilize these tools? Because I think the whole panel has alluded to it, not in so many words. Yes, you can use tech to filter it. They're a good candidate, not so good candidate, candidate that needs work. But at the end of the day, you need that human interaction to elaborate that human feeling if this person is a hard worker, driver, whatever you want to call it. Your view, Shazad.
Yeah, sorry, I was kicked out for a bit.
Okay,
the session.
okay. That's the world of Zoom that we live in.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree with what FT was saying earlier. I come from an era when I was graduating, there were still job boards or job newspapers that you have to look at to find out where the vacancies are. And then came, all these, social media, the LinkedIns, and now they're talking of marketplace. So the way technology is evolving, the change will continue to happen at a very much brisk or fast pace in the working sphere, is to just stay abreast with what is happening out there, read about it, learn about it. If you want to do certifications, by all means do it. So try to learn the skills and master the tools so that you stay abreast with what is happening around you. Whatever works today might not be there altogether in a few years' time, but whatever new things will come up, we should be agile enough and intuitive enough to work with whatever new shape technology will take. So that would be my 2 cents here.
That's very good, Shazad. Really good views. Farid, question for you, and then the last question will be with Chige. But Farid, talent management is all about, like I said, it's all about human interaction. We want to see each other. We don't want to see each other on FaceTime. We don't want to see each other on WhatsApp video. I mean, how do you combine these two, tech and face-to-face interactions, for the best fair results? Because unfortunately, I've never met some of you face-to-face, but I feel like I know you because I've written your profile so many times. So again, that human interaction, Farid?
Thanks, Ben. We expect more from technology and less from each other. That's the challenge. And I want to share, I want to share the story about my mother. That's one time we had a conversation together with her grandchildren, and we talk about cyberbullying. And then she asked us, "Oh, what is cyberbullying?" And then she said that, and then she asked, "Is there anybody get hit?" We say no. Anybody get injured? No. Then what is cyberbullying? Then we say that we say that it is bully in internet. Then she said a very pertinent answer, response. She said that then just disconnect from internet. So social media can be a great tool for helping people re-engage with friends, and in fact, it is used widely with people with social phobia. Yeah, I always want to remind myself that I'm always more satisfied by human interaction, as you mentioned, than by a digital connection. Digital communication, the tech interaction is completely different from in-person, face-to-face conversation. One will give you surface insights, and the other really give you depth. Human beings, we are social creatures. We are social not just in the trivial sense that we like company, and not just in the obvious sense that we each depend on others. We are social in a more elemental way. Simply to exist as a normal human being requires interaction with other people. Now, this is a reminder to myself. We can bring positive energy into our daily life by smiling more, talking to strangers, replacing handshake, hugs with likes on the Facebook or Instagram, or just call our friends just to tell them that we love them. That's from me, Ben.
That's a very warm way to finish it, which thank you so much for that, Farid. Now I know, I mean, with that statement, you're going to have more friends today. So I'll make more friends. But Chige, final word with you. I mean, in terms of the question, some companies use technology to filter out resumes during recruitment. I mean, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Because it's very mechanical, no pun intended. I mean, like if it doesn't pick up the keywords of the skill set, then that resume could be filtered out. But you might be a lost opportunity right there in terms of getting a good talent. What's your view on that?
Yeah. So I always mention that we will definitely use technology and human, right? Human wisdom in making the decision. So we do use technology today in filtering out the resume because that will help on productivity and also the speed for us to hire. That's number one, right? So, however, we do know that the technology is not perfect. And that's why I just mentioned earlier that there always a fallout. During the fallout, we would have a human intervention just to review if we can pick up any of the resume that is able to meet the job expectation that we will actually follow up. But technology will actually help us to speed up our recruitment, and also we always short of HR team members, right? When we come to growth, even today we don't have enough recruiters as we are growing. So definitely technology help us to fill those things. So I remember like what Faizat or even Funko I mentioned in my years, 20 years ago, when I first graduated, we always look for newspaper for job advertisement, and that by itself goes away. And today we attend face-to-face. That was the only channel of face-to-face interviews. I remember you need to attend and you need to go to the company 3 times or 4 times for the interviews. And that's all face-to-face. And I remember when I was in the earliest years as a manager looking for talent from overseas. We use AT&T conference, and to have AT&T conference, I need to book a company that have an AT&T conference and invite the candidate to go and into those the vendor company and have the conference interview. Can you imagine the time to arrange that interview alone? It's going to take my whole day just to arrange an interview. But today, the technology help us so easy. It's in front of us. It's the same thing like today. Can you imagine that we can have a virtual career fair and so in front of laptop, we don't need to have AT&T or range or for me to go to one of the location to do this call. And I like to congratulate GRADUAN, right? So that the show should go on, and that's going to be the way rather than just face-to-face, what we call a career fair. So COVID-19 have actually do limit our sourcing. So and because of that, the virtual career fair, the job portals we actually became one of the interface for us to talk to our candidate. So it's very, very important. All of you out there, whether you like it or not, you need to put yourself into the social media, into the job portal, attending the virtual career fair, because that is going to be there for a few years before we are back, that we can become the face-to-face interface. The university recruitment is also getting less. It's a lot of them right now is virtual. And today, when I talk about interviews, everything, as I mentioned, we have a recruitment tools, all the profiles. So you have to get to know that. I hope that all of you do have a crowd folder, right? That's where you can easily attach your resume when you submit your profile, when you apply a job. The other thing is that you need to get to know about collaboration tools much more. This year alone, I get to know about Microsoft Teams and Zoom. But before that, we have been using like Hangout or even like Blue Jeans or WebEx. But now that we have more tools, but you need to get to know them, and you need to know how to use it and even how to fix it when in between you have an interruption, like just now when there's no light. Okay, and how do you make sure that whatever you say it get recorded? That's another thing, right? So these are all the things that it become part of the skill that you need to comprehend into your overall engagement. And again, I just want to let you all know, in your resume, just make sure that you have a key point. Like for example, if you look today, if you are looking for, if you are hiring for digital marketing consultant, and we want to have even fresh grad, do they know Google Ads, for example, or do they have any media experience? All these keywords is needed to be in the resume because the technology or the machine will pick up all these keywords and match to the job, your job profile to our job application or job descriptions. And sometimes some of the jobs do have academic qualification. So if an academic qualification are engineering degree or financial degree or certain professional qualification, do put it there because we do search for all this information. And if you do well in your CGPA, by all means, right, you should put it there because certain job like management training, we do look at some of the cutoff. Not because academic is the only selection, but it's one of the filter criteria. At certain area, we only look at certain university, and university is also key, right? Because when we are looking at, especially in Thailand, right, we know that there's only certain university can speak a good English. So we are just looking for those university alone. Just want to call it out. So I just want to sum it up that resume for you to make sure that you know how to write a good resume into the digital economy and digital world is needed. And for us at the company, we do use all the matching technology to match a resume and job description. But we do have a human intervention just to make sure that talented people like you all, some of you who don't good in that, is not just a fallout, but we will call you out. But we don't want you to be in that space category. Okay. Thanks. Back to you. Oh, Vance, you're on mute.
Mistake number 2, my friend. Ben.
We can't hear you.
Someone's pressing mute and
That
someone's
was
playing tricks.
that was number 2. I told you.
Why that person nasi lemak after this? Okay, but yeah, the prep. So basically, what I was saying earlier while mute was stalling me is just I'm going to ask you one final question. While you think about the answer to that question, I'm just going to make a housekeeping announcement to everybody, and then after that, you just give me the answer. So a one hashtag word answer to summarize digital talent management. One word only, yeah? Not 2 words, okay? Work hard is 2 words, okay? So 1 word only. So to all our viewers, we do apologize that we can't take the question. We are very short on time, but people here at GRADUAN Aspire will take it offline and then connect you with the speakers to answer the questions by email, okay? So that much we can try our best, and our panel are very friendly. So, Shazad, 1 word answer, and you can press the mute button first.
Learn.
All right?
Learn.
Okay. That's good, man. Farid.
Positive.
Positive.
Hashtag.
Positive hashtag. We're going well here. FT.
Strike balance.
What's that?
Balance.
Oh, I thought you said strike balance. So I was like,
balance. One word.
Strike.
1 word.
Okay, balance. We're going well. And Chige.
Adapt. Since
okay, everyone. So that is the 4 words: learn, positive, balance, and adapt. How to sum up digital talent management. On behalf of GRADUAN Aspire, gentlemen, Chige, FT, Shazad, Farid, thank you so much for your time. And be safe and be good, and be smiling, which you guys always are. And we'll catch up very soon. And you can take a photo there, Chige. All right.
Taken.
Take care, guys.
Take care. Bye.
All the best.
Well done,
Stay
guys.
safe.
Thank you, Adam. Nice to meet you.
Catch up.
Catch up.
our topic today is taking your brand online. Okay, I think most of us. Okay, I've been given the second cue that we are live again. So let me rewind, press the rewind button and start again. Welcome everyone to GRADUAN Aspire 2020. My name is Ben Ibrahim, your virtual host for this event. If you're just joining us for the very first time today, thank you so much. Don't forget to click the like, follow, share, and basically share this content throughout the whole wide world, because we are virtual, not just in Malaysia, but internationally as well. Our topic today is taking your brand online. Okay, so we've spoken about earlier about the differences in terms of how to change the values, the people, the mindset. But we have a very, very good panel around today. 4 ladies who are very successful in their careers, great leaders, and I'm going to introduce them and embarrass them a little bit and make them blush a little bit. They're really nice people. And in no particular order, we have Dato' Hamida Ziadin, HR Advisor, Group Human Resources, CIMB Group. Dato' Hamida has many years of experience in HR in the financial industry. I'm not going to tell you the number because she's still very young, but all with the CIMB Group. She transformed HR from an admin function to a strategic business partner. So as you can hear the phone there, Dato' is always answering phone calls and making sure that everybody is A-okay. So that's her philosophy on how to do HR. She works very closely with the business to develop effective strategies for a high-performing workforce, because HR, as some of you may know, some people would see HR as where to get my claims, how much leave do I have, in terms of what is the recruitment policies, but that's still very much align everything to make sure things are on par from business to HR and that things are tangible and moving in the right direction. So very, very happy to have Dato' here as well as our other speakers. And then we have Datin Sri Badrunisa Muhammad Yasin Khan, aka Datin Bat, CEO of Axiata Foundation. She holds a bachelor's degree in science, honors in biochemistry and pharmacology, University of Aston in Birmingham, United Kingdom. She has overall 25 years of working experience. Her career has predominantly been with Shell, and the first part of her career was in IT. Now, for those of you who have never met Datin Bat, you would never think that she was, no disrespect, I think you would never think that you're a tech person because you're such a people person. But as Datin has always said to me, because we've developed a very good friendship over the years when I worked with Axiata and also worked with her family, in terms of, she always says to me that her first part of her career was about systems and processes, but the latter part of her career was about her true passion, which is about people. So that's really, really good to have. And welcome, Datin, to our event today. And also forgot to mention, Dato' Hamida is a trained lawyer, but never worked in the legal field because she just loves the people aspect too much. And then after that, we have Felicia Tay, Human Resource Director, British American Tobacco. Felicia was appointed in this role in July last year. Prior to that, she was the Regional HR Director for Southeast Asia for Carlsberg, and she oversaw the HR agenda for Singapore, Myanmar, Laos, in addition to leading the people and organizational strategy in Malaysia. She has also worked in the pharmaceutical industry and holds a commerce degree from the University of Western Australia and is an MBA graduate from the University of Nottingham. So a very well experienced person, just like our whole panel here today. And our whole panel here today, basically what I like to call talented local Malaysians who have worked overseas, studied overseas, worked locally as well in many markets. When I say locally, not just Malaysia, but other markets as well. So Felicia, we're very honored to have you here as well. And last but not least, Ms. Vandana Rai, aka Ben. So it's easy for me to say, Ben to Ben, business to business. Okay. Talent Acquisition Director, Dell Technologies. She has worked for Dell for 12 years. She has over many years experience in working in large multinationals in roles that span from audit to managing operations, driving sales, and finally HR. She's very passionate about achieving business goals through the development of people. And that's why she's always smiling. That's a great weapon to have when you're always smiling, okay? She's an MBA graduate from the University of Ballarat, and she's also a trained accountant. So ladies, I could go on about your CV because your milestones are magnificent. I had to shorten it, so I do apologize if I missed out anything key. But let's get into it straight as always. As I said to you at the start of our conversation, we'll finish with a hashtag, but we'll start with the conversation. And this is a question that I'll ask to everybody, and I'll start with you, Felicia. And Felicia, why has branding become essential for a company to attract talent? Because when we think about the word brand, we think about, FMCG, what's on the shelf, the buntings and the promotions. or we are slowly connecting it to people in terms of brand people. What's your views? Just the mute button, Felicia. The mute button.
Yeah, that was Zoom 101. Yes, great question, Ben, to start off. I think today we live in very busy and modern world, and we've got info overload coming, at all ends. We've got information at our fingertips, and therefore I think it's super relevant, for us, to brand ourselves, because you want to be top of mind, to candidates when they're looking for employment. And as you mentioned, it's taking a leaf from the whole FMCG spectrum. We want to be the top three, the top few brands that employees think of when they choose an employer to work for. And it is the very first impression that people get, and it is the first thing that speaks to potential candidates, because the value proposition that we want to sell has to come across in that very first instance. Ben, you're on mute too.
You know what? That's the fourth time I've done that. I think I'm going to buy, I'm guilty, so I'm going to buy the whole panel, not just this panel, some food or lunch on me, because I should be making the mistake. I should be the expert. But it goes to show you it's all about making a bit of mistakes as well, which is a good thing. Great start to the conversation, Felicia. Well done. That's Ahimina. What's your views on the question?
Okay. If you don't mind, Ben, I'm going to be a little bit controversial here about your question.
Please.
It's a good start. Okay. So your question was, why has branding become essential, right? I won't say that branding has become essential, but I would say that branding has always been essential. It has always been essential for organizations to attract talent. I mean, if you look at all these strong employer brands out there, right? And I remember that there is a LinkedIn report that said that 40% of candidates, they would consider your organizations if they know if they have an idea, what is it like to work for you, if you are a good place, for them to progress their careers. And, and of course, I think with the now increasingly among the younger generations, it's about whether the values are in sync with the organization, with the individual values, the organization's values, whether it's in sync with the individual values. So I think all this is very important. But the approach, I feel, towards today's branding is very different. And that's because of technology and digitalization. So if you look at it, the whole entire experience, all these touch points of everyone of us is so different. So before this is very easy. We will be having a lot of face-to-face and a lot of branding happens there. But today, that whole emotional connection or the affiliation to companies is very different. So if I go, since I'm from banking, so if I go back to what Bill Gates said, all right? Bill Gates said, banking is necessary, but banks are not. So the provision of banking services are still required, right? But now that service is changing. So for a bank, you all know that today is all through online, right? I mean, our customers will deal with us with our virtual assistant, the whole thing changes. So we need to therefore ask ourselves, I feel one very important question is, how will our brand reach that prospective employees? Because today is that emotional connection through digitalization and technology. What will be imprinted in their minds, right? Now, if the brand experience is positive and they perceive our brand to be progressive with the times and relevant to their daily lives, I feel that it will have an impact on whether they believe that we are an employer that their spouse, or even their children should work for. So branding, I feel, is very, very essential.
Okay, there's nothing controversial about that, Dato. So great start as well. Ben?
Let me add my 2 cents, and I agree with both of the panelists earlier. I also look at branding as the edge in the dating game. Yeah, I mean, branding is a promise you make, whether it's a service, a product, and in this case, the talent, the opportunity for them to get to know the soul of the company, for them to get to know whether their value system and your value system match. So I think branding encompasses a whole host of things. It may have come a little bit late to the game that branding encompassed the ability to attract talent, because employer branding became a buzzword a few years ago, but to Dattamida's point, it's always been essential. Yeah, but you see it more and more, and I see it as a dating game. It's like it works both ways. Yeah, so how we brand ourselves and how the talent in the market brands ourselves, and whether our values and the way our brands mesh and the promises we make to each other. So that's how I look at it.
Okay, Datin Bat, and Datin Bat, I'm going to start with you on the second question as well, but you can answer this question, your 2 cents.
Yeah, I think it's been said why branding is important, but I can add, I think it's this whole idea of branding for employers. Perhaps start with the war, the concept of the war for talent. If you have a war for talent, then you better be out there shouting your brand a little bit more in case people forget about you. So it is a case of positioning yourself as an employer to the right people that you want to attract, right? Because it is competitive. We all know that. And I think this term, war for talent, was coined in 1997 by someone from McKinsey, right? And I don't think it has relented in any way. It's only intensified. Even worse now, I would think, because now everybody's looking for digital talent. So how can you then project yourself as an employer to attract these people, these very scarce people? I think enough literature is saying that the talent that people need, for example, to be digital transformation, to be a digital company is not many. Yeah, it's not many, especially perhaps in this part of the world as well. So you have then to project yourself. So I think everybody has said that you want to project basically what you do internally, the things that is geared to you internally to the external world. That's what you want to do, so that people have a glimpse of what it is like to work for your company, whether that matches. Yeah, basically.
Great. And Datin, kindly share your advice on how talent should take their personal brand online, because I think what we spoke about earlier in the earlier panel, in panel number 2, I think slowly diminishing are the days of sending in your resume, emailing it to someone in the company. You got to make it go online and make it quick, dynamic, and entertaining, so that person can say, okay, this is the right one. What's your views on that in terms of candidate?
I think you have no choice really, but to take your brand online. But I think the question is around personal branding, right? It's about you now as a person. So maybe to all the fresh graduates or the undergraduates out there who's listening in, I think my advice is to be niche, because there is a lot of talent. In one sense, there's a lot of talent there shouting away, but you want to find a niche, super niche if you can, so that maybe initially it's difficult for people to really, for a young person to shout their brand. But over time, if you are consistent with your messaging about yourself, what you do best, through articles in LinkedIn, through Twitter, and that sort of thing, where people can follow you because what you say, sort of strikes a chord with them, and then I think that's where your personal brand will come, right? I think it's very important actually to have a personal brand, because you can't be too generic, because like I say, you need to stand out amongst all the other talents. So you need to find that niche, very, very important. And then with that niche, what you do, I think, you strengthen it via networks. I think on LinkedIn, you have groups of people believing in the same thing or following the same thing, and you want to be part of that network and continue on that journey. Because I remember this. I remember last time, for example, when we want to look for a talent manager, for example, somebody would say, the search firm would say, oh, I know who you want, X, because he has that personal brand, right? Or if you're looking for a data scientist, somebody would say, yes, why? Because he stands out, he or she stands out. So I think that's what personal branding is important. Of course, that's not just the only thing but it's the one that you want to project. Yeah, so it's very important to project that consistent image, basically.
Ben?
Oh, this is really cute, because when you say Ben, I look at you. It's instinct.
The better Ben.
If you say so. I believe you. I'm kidding. All right. So if you look at it, right, I think for me, it's about engagement. It's engage, engage, engage. When I say this, there are two parts to it. One, the younger generation need to be very, very conscious that when they're engaging, it's an open world. Please do share what you think you will look good on you. It's a personal branding piece of it. So that's just a side note. People need to be very conscious of what they're branding themselves, aware which platforms they're on as well. So I leave that to the audience to decide and to manage. But on the other side, engage, engage, engage. And again, there's so many platforms. We have for specialists, like we have Behance for people in the design group. So find a platform that suits you, because the employers of today will find you based on your digital footprint. And that's the way of the future. So where you are going to be, where you're playing at, the expertise you're going to demonstrate, the curiosity that you're going to demonstrate, the level of engagement you have, it's all going to help you get further in life. So that's really my bit. Yeah.
Okay. We'll go to Felicia, and then after that, we'll go to Dato Hamida, and Dato Hamida, which will lead to the next question as well. So that's why I'll end with Dato Hamida on this question. So Felicia, your views on this question?
Yeah, I'd like to build on what Bad and Datin Bad and Ben spoke about earlier about standing out. Because a tip I can share, which I personally look for, is for young talents out there to demonstrate a side of you that is not just about your academic qualifications, but about you as an authentic individual. So inject some individuality into your CV and your personal brand, be it multimedia photos that you share that tell us about your achievements and your passions outside of work, because we are, after all, looking for well-rounded future leaders. So to stand out amongst the rest, and we all have very short attention spans when we're looking at CVs and online branding. You need to demonstrate this authentic individualism, which will do wonders for your personal brand.
Nice. Dato Hamida?
Okay, my advice is that to the graduates, I feel that branding should not be the focus at this stage of their life. I think the focus should be on building in terms of building their credentials. I think at this stage of their life, they should be working hard, they should be focusing on their strengths, build their knowledge, deepen their learning experience, and then the branding will follow. But yes, there will be need to also, position yourself a little bit online. But if you need to do that, then I think it is one should be very honest and one should be very authentic about themselves. And I agree with Datin Bad, they should be consistent, the messages must be consistent, their positioning, what they do best and all that. So my advice would be, if you do your personal brand, don't pretend to be someone you are not. Be authentic.
Okay, be authentic and don't be fake, as we usually say in the HR world. Be yourself, which is sometimes the hardest thing to do. Now, when we speak about brands, whether it's a brand of a product, a brand of people, the word, for some mysterious reason, the word strategy always comes into play. And it's a bit of an overused word sometimes, it's a bit of an underused word, depending on how you look at it. But a very famous BAT managing director, I won't say his name, Felicia, but he once told me at GRADUAN Aspire that strategy is just words on a piece of paper. At the end of the day, you must give that talent, that trade marketing experience, or that SPIM experience, or whatever it may be, operational experience, to really make better decisions to move a business forward. So, Dato Hamida, how can a strong branding strategy really help a company, not just from a business point of view, but more importantly, from a people point of view?
Okay, so again, if I go back to what I first said, Ben, at the opening, because of digitalization and technology, this building that connection, that emotional connection with our customers is very different. So branding strategy today, I feel, is all about that, building that emotional connection, because people or the customers don't see you that much anymore, right? So it just is, we just have to work on that to make them still feel connected with us. And I mean, at the end of the day, our employees are going to be the brand ambassadors. So we want them to speak up. And when our own employees talk about our own experience, talk about what it is like working in the organization, or our customers talk about it, I think that's what the branding strategy, that's how people work. That's how we can start building that so-called, as I said, connection. So a brand at the end of the day is about us. We must be able to deliver our brand promise. And once we're able to, deliver what we stand for, what we promise, if we say, okay, to all the, say, for example, we say we believe in diversity, we believe in equality, all right? Then the brand, what the brand is, but we must deliver it. The promise must be there, okay? We must deliver our promise, and that's how then the whole strategy, this whole branding strategy that you're referring to, I think that's how we can make it work.
Now, that's those two words that you said just really stands out. Brand promise, which is the perfect way to lead to Datin Bad. With a brand promise, you need a brand story. So Datin Bad, can you also share some of your company's initiatives that have been successful in telling the right story to attract the ideal talent for your company?
Yeah, I can talk more about how we attract young talents, basically, because that's where our focus has been, on how we attract young talent. So the way we do it is, actually, I'm going to be chippy. Yeah, we crowdsource this. we have our young people, our young talent participants in our program, the alumni. They all. I mean, okay, thank God they had a good experience with us. So they tell the stories for us as well. So they tell the stories, we have a lot of stories on social media, the projects they do, the growth they've had. I think that's very important. So you can hear about them saying, this is what I learned, this is how I've grown. And I think those stories are very powerful, I feel. Because I don't think we can do it alone. I mean, if we tell what we do, it's not, I don't think it's going to bore people, but listening to the actual young talents that we groom, I think that's a great story to tell. So we do that. And so it's always, on social media, we do campaigns around this, recruitment campaigns, obviously all on social media and all that. That's the kind of crowd we want to attract. And we did an interesting one as well. One of our programs, we kind of bring about 80 participants regionally. We take them out, we want to expose them, right? We want to expose them to businesses outside of Malaysia. So we take them, the last two has been to Indonesia. So we take them out there so that they're exposed and they work on a business challenge that's not a Malaysian business challenge. Again, they have to think about culture, sensitivities, and various aspects that they might not get here. So what we did is, cut a long story short, that content, we took that content and we put it as a mini TV series. So it's called Face Off. So you see it. It's on I think it's on YouTube and on our channel. And so for 2 years we've done this. So it's really interesting because you can follow a story, a real story, how they take. They go through a business challenge, right? And it's exciting because it is in a different place and they're competing against each other. So those stories, I think, without us having to tell too much about what we do, in a very flat form, I think it's more lively. It tells exactly, from a personal experience about the people who go through some of our programs. So that's been quite exciting and quite successful for us, without us having to do too much work.
That's all about working. So let's get relatively operational right now. And Ben, can you describe some of your company's recruitment exercises when it comes to this sort of thing, and traditional or non-traditional sort of way?
Yeah, and it's interesting. I'm going to relate to the panelists before this who talked about the traditional way with the Star newspaper job ads and the walk-ins, gone are the good old days. What we have today is a totally different landscape. Yeah, we've got multiple channels to recruit people and talent to reach out to us. They have multiple channels as well. Unfortunately, it's a plethora. Is there too many of them out there? And can we get lost in all that noise? Yes, we can. So just what we do when we come to recruitment is we look at multiple avenues. So when I engage with fresh students or campus students, we now do things that allow a two-way engagement through hackathons. We go virtual because it's interesting. Pre-COVID and post-COVID, we did post-COVID, or the COVID world that we live in has accelerated everyone going digital, right? Or online. But I do think that the younger generation's appetite still remains to be digital as well. So I think this kind of resonates with them. So we do business challenges, we do hackathons, we do webinars, we engage with the university students, and then we get them to apply to us directly, and then we take it from there. We do headhunting for, like I said, niche skills. I mentioned Behance, there's Glassdoor, there's LinkedIn. There's so many media out there that you can actually headhunt. There's WhatsApp groups that we also headhunt people in. So recruitment has changed. It is, on one hand, there's a war for talent, and on the other hand there is loads of talent out there who cannot find a match for themselves. So today's world is juggling both of this and then finding the best avenue, and it constantly changes. It evolves, it changes all the time. So my feedback to everybody is find your channel, find a way, multiple ways to engage, bring the best you have in those engagements, be authentic, be honest, and then you'll be discovered for sure. Yeah.
No, that is also a challenge and an opportunity at the same time. But you know what they say, there's you have to look at the opportunities, whether in a situation that's negative or relatively positive. But Felicia, how can, in your opinion, again, and VAT's opinion, I mean, let me just give a bit of a story to this question. We all know that it's not, I mean, we are the, or you are, or we are the employers. Okay, we have control of the situation, but digital has taught us no, we don't have control of the situation as much as we used to. Like Ben said, gone are the days of Star newspaper, walk-in interviews, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, some companies still do it, but very less. But these days, we have to work harder to tell the talent we are the right company for you. And Datin was saying earlier, war of talent, it does happen, you know, like FMCG, banking, the models are similar. So people are intertwining between industries. I see it all the time. I mean, I come from a family of bankers and a lot of their colleagues are from FMCG. So in terms of the question, in terms of what would be your advice or what key points to look out for in terms of the right key messages, the right branding messages that are in one sentence, no fancy schmancy words, to ensure that the talent are fit and right for your company, because they could be talented, but if they can't fit in, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, great question, Ben. I mean, if I were to summarize that into one, single sentence, I would say to look for the organization values, culture, and ethos that resonate with your own, and make sure that it jives with what you're looking for, because that's where you're going to be spending a lot of your time, at the workplace.
Right. And I've got 4 more questions to go, everyone, before we open it up. And Felicia, I'll stick with you on this one. But what would your be advice on the key points in terms of to look out for, in terms of the right branding message to ensure that the talent, I mean, my 3 favorite words: management of expectations. When I sit down with a customer, what is your management of expectations? When I sit down with when my HR friends sit down with people, what is your expectation? If you think that you're going to become the boss in 6 months, please put that out of your head. If you think that we are expecting you to be the boss in 6 months, do put that in your head, because our boss is retiring or that manager is going for an expat assignment. I mean, again, how do you make sure the messages are right so the expectations are met, so everybody's happy and everybody's on the right page?
I think in essence, it really is about a two-way fit. Yeah, I think Ben mentioned it earlier, it's a dating game. So be very clear about what you're looking for. And there will come a time when you're able to engage with people from within the organization. So ask questions, about the fit factor. Because to me, at the end of the day, attracting people into the organization is one thing, but ensuring that they stay on and that they really have a robust employee experience is another. So, ensuring that there's clarity up front. And, a few key things to watch out for is, of course, as I touched on earlier, if there's no alignment between what you're expecting versus the company's, culture and values, that's already a big red flag. If you're a digital native, for example, and I believe all of you out there, young talent, you are, right? And if the organization is still extremely archaic and manual without any automation, you will struggle in there. Yeah, so these are things to watch out for. And I think especially true for the current generation. Yeah, you all want to give back to society. So, the organization ethos around the environment, social and governance piece, or the corporate social responsibilities also needs to speak to you. Otherwise, you'll find that you're not in sync, yeah, with what the value proposition is, and also the organization value. So I believe, that's some of the things to look out for, very much related to what you're looking for versus what the organization can give or bring to the table to you.
Nice, Felicia. Sorry, there was a bell that rang, so I had to press mute earlier. So, Ben, in terms of, I think you can share with us how your team works with companies like GRADUAN to create the right branding, to reinforce your employer brand, and to tell the story that your place is nice to work.
I think we've got lots of platforms to do this. So GRADUAN is a great opportunity for us as well, especially when we're targeting a specific segment of the talent. I think one of the things that we should continue to look at is the multiple channels to attract the talent, right? So if you look at it, with GRADUAN, you have the opportunity to have webinars and engage. I still remember last year we had games and having game shows with students and get them attracted to the values demonstrated by the company itself in those forums. The other piece of it, I think, really very much, we have our employees become ambassadors to Dell. So tomorrow's session, for the Dell session, we're having a whole bunch of university students who joined us and tell their journey with us. So I think those authentic stories, those engagements, GRADUAN gives us this avenue in multiple ways. You can even do your own webinars as an organization. So getting that message across out there, really very much telling everyone, this is the culture and soul of the company. And again, the culture fit. Where people fail or succeed really is not just the job fit, that's part of it, but it's really about the culture fit. Whether they make it or break it is the culture fit. And I think these avenues allow companies and talent to do these engagements very well.
Yeah, no, well said. And Dr. Hamida, in terms of social media has become a very important sphere for branding. I mean, we really hit that right on the nail, not just in this session, but in previous session as well. But in terms of how has this changed the way a company brands themselves to potential talent? I mean, because we always have to make it look sexy. We always have to make it look nice. But at the end of the day, as I always tell people, do you realize these companies are hiring you because they want to make money and, not spend any more money? So it's not kumbaya or, holding hands or whatever, it's business.
Yes, agree, Ben. And I also agree with Lady Ben as well. I got to call her the Lady Ben about, those days, today is all social media, right? Through social media, but those days it just brought back memories. I actually applied my job for CIMB at CIMB through Star Papers, actually, and gone are those days. Yeah. So yes, Ben, social media and all this, I feel that with social media and this ability for everyone to express their opinions, right? This has made companies and the working culture more transparent. So I think that if we want to actually brand, the companies need to brand ourselves, it's a lot to do with the culture. So I feel that people are more likely to trust a company based on what the employees have to say than the recruitment advertising. So it's a lot, and many of the panelists have actually touched that, is about the employees themselves telling the stories and all that. But it is not just telling good stories to attract, I feel. It is that we must act out the good stories. So to act out the good stories is about, and we have touched this, all the right values, the behaviors, the culture, and everybody then can let the employees share their good stories. So like, for example, if I can touch a little bit of what we did at CIMB. So what I then did was that we embarked on a culture journey in 2015, knowing that people will talk about it using social media, using platform. So we built the brand from inside out. So we wanted to create that positive work culture where people can bring their best selves to work. And then, this positive culture will not be limited just within the company, but it allows people to just go out beyond that. And then, that's how people will then carry to candidates. So at the end of the day, happy teams, happy customers, and happy candidates.
That's really good, because you really got to tell the truth and, really, mean what you say what you mean, and, really relive those values that are on those pieces of paper that we spoke about. But that's it. But final question before we open it up to the panel, and sorry, not the panel, the virtual panel, really. And they're asking some very good questions. And thank you to the panel. And we do apologize, we can't get through everybody, but we'll take it offline a bit later. But with all due respect, there's a lot of information on social media. And I'm going to ask you the tough question of, how do you ensure that that information is relevant and that information is not, in terms of making the right choice when you're doing recruitment and talent acquisition and anything to do with people management and talent?
I think, we are in an era of digitalization, where you have data, actually, Ben. So if you want to be, to have relevant messages going out there on social media, and that's what social media is all about, right? It's a digital platform. You have the abundance of data. So if you work with a partner, they can, do analytics on this data. You can make your messages much more sharper and much more, to the right target audience. So that's what we've been doing. We use our partner, actually, one of our companies that does digital analytics in terms of the way we take messages out to clients. So we are a client in this sense. I think there's a lot of opportunities to be much more sharper and targeted because you just abundance of data, Ben. So much you can do with it.
No, that's really good what you said, Datin, but because I remember what Dato Hamida said to me in a previous panel that we did 2 months ago at CIMB. She used the data in an exercise to find out that what was bothering people at CIMB. And with that data, they came up with a proposal to sort of mitigate the issues internally. So well done to that for using the data, because people always say big data, this, that, and the other. It's sexy words, but what does it mean? Okay, because data can be like someone once told me as well. A statistician from the Immigration Malaysia said to me, people use numbers every day, but people use numbers to lie. So that was a scary statement in itself. So we all got to be very careful and sensitive on how we use data to make decisions, but the right decision, of course, in Datin Hamida's case. So ladies, I'm going to be very kind to you today. I'm going to ask you to think about that hashtag on how to sum up this topic, taking your brand online. So you can think about it, but you have to multitask. You have to think about it while answering questions from the virtual floor. So you can put that in the back of your head. I know Dato Hamida has the advantage because we worked together before in terms of this question in the previous Nestle event with GRADUAN Aspire a couple of months ago. But a really good question here, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at the laptop here on my left, so I'm not trying to be rude, but there's a question here from Asha Iwani binti Zainon at Muhammad Rastam. I do apologize, Aisha, if I mispronounce your name, but you've asked a very good question, a very operational question. And again, we're going to get the whole panel to answer this, quite tightly. What are some of the more common social media marketing mistakes businesses make, and why is that a mistake in terms of learning from it to make things better? Ben, I'll start with you.
And I'll get off mute. All right.
Well
done. And I guess one of the biggest one, I think many of them alluded on this call, was about being consistent and authentic. Sometimes what happens is we send a message out there. Maybe it's an aspirational thing where we want to be seen as, but in reality, the company is not, or the business is not ready for it. And then we just send out a message. We resonate with a certain group of people. They come on board, and that's when it just falls apart in some cases. So really, I think really being honest, consistent, and if it's somewhere you want to go, call out, and that's where we want to be. And then I think that transparency, that authenticity, that consistent messaging will be really useful.
Okay. So what you're saying also in essence is that don't ever be arrogant enough to say sorry, yeah? Which is always the hardest thing to do sometimes. So Datin Bat?
Mistakes businesses have made, I think, plenty. I think if you want to be present in social media, you better have a very, very good structured way of listening to social media. I think you cannot afford to have your messages out there but yet not be able to respond correctly and timely. I think there's a famous, it's a business case actually, a famous that story in Nestle where he was just an intern who didn't know what to do, and he was I think it was not sustainable palm oil or something. He was in a public space, and then he didn't do anything, and it caused so much damage to the product, right? So social listening and really having your technology platform to be able to socially listen and respond correctly, I think is important. Otherwise, don't take your brand online.
Okay, so know what you're getting yourself in for. Dato' Hamida, and then I'll go to Felicia.
I think it is. I think the mistakes will be if they don't deliver what the brand promise is.
Nicely put.
Sorry, that's just a quick summary on that. Yeah.
One sentence answer. That's the best answer to have. Felicia.
Yeah, for me, I think the mistake, which is probably very relevant, in today's world, is to remain static. Yeah, and in today's, very volatile, change-enabled world, the mistake of, just remaining very true to a proposition that served you well, say 3-4 years ago, is not going to cut it anymore. Yeah, so I think I'll just build on a point one of the panelists made earlier about listening, yeah, and also getting a feel of how to keep your brand fresh, relevant, right? And so that it also connects with people today who are probably a very different species from people, from 3-4 years ago already. Yeah, so that fluidity, that freshness, and also making it relevant today's world is something that we should be looking out for.
Right. Now, very nicely put. And the second question is very interesting from Ivania Tivir or Teve. Again, I do apologize if I made a mistake pronouncing your name, Toipuchi, really. So I want to give context to this question because this is all questions are very good, but this is a very interesting question because we live in Malaysia where the culture of Malaysia will always emphasize and drive humility. Jangan perasan, jangan belagak, don't show off so much. And the new fancy word that millennials are using, they have to use in the last week, jangan poyo, don't be a show off. But you have to show off a bit if you want to get ahead. Okay, so where is that balance and what are the challenges faced in terms of young talents these days to promote themselves in terms of personal branding and how to overcome it? Because you're already going up against resistance that you're taught to be humble. But someone once said to me, if you want to advance your career, if you're going to be humble, then you're going to mumble. When you mumble, nobody hears you. So Dr. Hamida, what's your views on that?
I like that. I like your words. Humble, and then be humble. If not, what? You'll mumble, is it?
If you mumble, to be humble, you're not going to get anywhere.
Okay. So again, I'm just going back to what I said about to the young people. Yes, you have to be authentic. You have to be real. You have to be original. Just promote what you have. Don't pretend to be someone else. There's just so much out there in the social media. You can get influence and all that, Just promote what you have and be visible with that. That will do.
Okay. Ben?
This is a common thing that people think that showing off and being visible are the same thing, and they're not. Yeah. And for the younger audience, and I must say this, being visible means paying attention, being present. You don't have to always ask questions to be visible, but the sheer fact that when you're engaged, you're interested, you're curious, I think all that carries a lot of weight. I just don't want people to think that, oh, that's a show off. She's sitting in the front of the class and therefore she's a show off. It's not. Yeah, I think it's about that the sincerity of that person wanting to get to know something. So I think don't get this mixed up. We live in Malaysia, and one of the biggest challenges in Malaysia, and again, Ben, I want to call this out. I'm born, bred, and raised in Malaysia. I've never studied overseas, all the time here. So I get, but I'm in a global world, and I understand that when you get on a global call, Malaysians don't speak, and I'm like, oh, let's speak. We've got something to say, so let's speak. So again, don't get this mixed up. Show off and being present, being and speaking out is not the same. Yeah, so just use your judgment. To Dr. Hamida's point, do your homework, build your skill sets, be present, be visible, and I think that's it. You're good.
That's it, sweet.
Yeah, I think I always try to have this is an advice I can give to the young people, have a balance, to balance this out, have a mental model around, if you have the knowledge to share or a question to ask in order to make the discussion a lot more richer, do it, do it. It's not about showing off. It's about making it richer, making, the decisions better at the end because you're voting something. The last thing you want is, people are too shy to even ask what is in their mind, and they leave that meeting or that forum or whatever it is, not knowing as much as they could. So if you have that mental model, this is not about showing off. This is me. Yeah, it's all about being authentic. Being authentic. I really want to know. I really want to know. I really want to share. And I want the decision to be better. I want a better outcome. So be it. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. And Felicia, I know BAT for a fact encourages positive visibility. So it's very much engrossed in the culture in BAT. What's your view on that?
Absolutely.
And connected to the question about promoting oneself, but navigating that resistance that we spoke about.
No, absolutely, Ben. And at BAT here, we do advocate that you bring your difference. Yeah, and your difference can come in many forms. It can be your opinion, it can be your view, it can be what you want to share and challenge. And in today's, spirit of advocating diversity and inclusion, yeah, we are also on the lookout for people to bring a fresh pair of eyes to look at things that perhaps we've done the same way, over and over again, which may not serve us well, in the future. So the young talents out there do have a part to play, yeah, in bringing their difference, and at the same time also, challenging the norms and status quo. So, I'm all for speaking up, sharing your opinions and being bold, yeah, to say what you want to put across.
Very nicely put. And the final question before we go to the hashtag question is that I'm looking at the computer once again. This is from Razwin Rowena. To the panel, everybody will always say, sell your strengths. Okay, sell your strengths so that you can get in the door. So what would you tell people to focus on as a starting point in their careers in terms of branding themselves, which is connected to their strength? What's your views on that? And Ben, I'll start with you.
Sure. Very much be present, be engaged, be curious. And then my advice to everyone, do all the hard stuff early in life, right? Do the stretch assignments, do things that scare you first. It'll be a breeze in later life. If you don't do the hard stuff first, you may end up building habits or behaviors that are hard to overcome in future. So again, I encourage people to really go out there, do the hard stuff, be present, be visible, and you'll be fine. You'll be good.
Nice. Doesn't bad?
Yeah, for a young person starting out, I think attitude is very, very important. The attitude of wanting to learn. So the last thing we want is someone who's come in who doesn't know very much, obviously, about a lot of things. But if they have the right attitude and they're open to learning, there's a lot they can learn and build their own brand. So that attitude is very important. So don't complain too much. Because I agree with Ben, the other Ben, because when you knock about when you're young, it's okay. There's nothing to worry about. It's when you're old and you're being knocked about. You don't want that. You're too shy then. Yeah.
Nice. Felicia.
Yeah, I'll build on all of the above and say that it's immensely important, yeah, to stay hungry, yeah, be curious, ask the questions, do all the tough stuff at the start, but more importantly, show up every day, with that drive and that passion to want to do more and step out of your comfort zone.
Okay, and Dr. Hamida?
Okay, so everyone, my advice would be each of us have our own strengths and our own weaknesses, all right? So look for opportunities to contribute your strengths. Look for a place where your strengths can be visible and have values, and be open to learning. So treat everyone every day, as an opportunity.
All right, fantastic stuff, ladies. Okay, who wants to go first in terms, because our final question, who wants to go first in answering the hashtag question?
I
Sum
can
up
go
this topic.
first because
Ben, you
my
wanna go first?
hashtag is hashtag courage. How can I not go first?
I'll go second. Hashtag authentic.
Okay, so courage CA, yeah? So courage authentic. Who's next? Felicia or nothing but?
Perhaps genuine. Same as authentic. If I can offer another one, Ben, I can offer.
I won't charge you. That is
visible.
my favorite word.
Yes, and lucky last. For me, it's dynamic. Yeah.
So this panel, now one thing that we, to our viewers, one thing that we always have to do is be different. So this panel is being different. Why are they being different? They've given us 5 hashtags, not 4. The other 2 panels gave us 4. So how did they stand out from the other 2 panels? They gave us 5. 5 very good ones: courage, being authentic, genuine, visible, and dynamic on the topic, taking your brand online. On behalf, ladies, you've been fantastic. We could go on and on, but you know, time permits us. Thank you so much for your time, your energy, your passion, your effort. If any of our viewers learn anything from this session, is to enjoy your job. Don't drag your feet to work, jump to work, okay? Drive safe, of course, but you know, jump to work and enjoy the day and enjoy the mistakes, because that makes you better, because mistakes will always lead to great milestones, career milestones, and career milestones will get you high up the ladder to keep smiling in your career forevermore. Good times and challenging times, of course. Thank you once again, ladies. Before we end, just a housekeeping announcement. We have the Maybank presentation at 3:30 p.m. Debanking Myths, Reality Bites. Okay, so please join us at that session at 3:30. And again, we do apologize that we couldn't answer all the questions, not just in this session, but in previous sessions as well. But please, I mean, I know most of our panel here, they're very friendly, they're very warm. Send us in the comments here. We'll communicate with them by email. See, the phone is already ringing. The phone is already ringing, so the questions are coming in thick and fast, okay? So we're taking the questions by phone and by email, and we'll reach out to our panel. The panel, you have a great Saturday. Say hello to everybody in your respective companies, because I worked with a lot of them in HR and corporate affairs. And tell them Ben Ibrahim says hello, and you guys are doing very, very well and great advocates of employee branding in your respective companies. Okay?
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben, for
Thanks, ladies.
facilitating. See you guys.
Good weekend.
Bye.
As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together. As part of GRADUAN's 2020 campaign, we celebrate and acknowledge market leaders in the industry. GRADUAN Brand Awards pays tribute to the employers who have consistently been named as Malaysia's leading employer for the past decade. With that, we recognize the commitment, the effort of building and developing human capital, making these organizations an employer of choice. Today, Malaysia's HR icons from various industries come together.